Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In this video, I'm going to show you a quick overview of an app that name of that app is Hiddle. Okay, so this app is a tool. With the help of this app, you can encrypt and decrypt your data. And the feature of this app is not only limited to encryption and decryption, it contains some of the extra functionality which are very useful. Let me just explain this quickly. You can also download this app from the Play Store. Link of the app is already in the description, or you can simply search on the Play Store with the name Hiddle. Okay, so the application is already started. Let me just close this and let me start it once again so that we can see how exactly it's open. So this is the icon. I'm going to show how to develop step by step. Don't worry about that. So if I click on this, here you can see this one splash screen is open, and after that we move back to our landing page. So I'm going to show you how to design that stuff. So here you can see the branding name over here, the app name Hiddle. And here you can type any text, encrypt text to encrypt, enter text to encrypt. And we have two buttons, that is encrypt and decrypt. And here we have enter text to decrypt. So if I click on encrypt, and here you can see this field empty, it means that nothing is here to encrypt. And if I click on decrypt, field's empty. So if I try to enter something wrong like that, SAA, something like this one, this is a plain text, but still I want to decrypt it. So here you can see this invalid encrypted data. It means that this one is recognizing that this data is invalid. Okay, now try to encrypt a valid plain text and try to encrypt it. So I'm going to encrypt one name, that is btechdays, and let me just click on this one. And if I try to encrypt it, and here you can see this, the data is encrypted and the same data is copied to our clipboard. Whenever we encrypt any data, that data is copied to our clipboard. So let me just delete this and let me just do one thing. As I have told you that data is already copied to the clipboard. So here you can see this, when I long press on this, it gives us the option to paste. If I paste it, here you can see this, that same data is over here. And if I try to decrypt it, here you can see this btechdays is over here. So this is how this functionality works. And whenever you decrypt any data, now that decrypted data is copied. So if I paste it once again, here you can see this, the decrypted data is copied. So that's why the same data is visible over here. So I'm going to show you how to perform all of these operations and how to encrypt and decrypt data. We are also going to prepare the class for that, and this encryption and decryption is happening on the basis of a key. So I'm going to show you how to set that key. For now, this app or this tool contains one messaging feature. So whatever the data I encrypt is being generated over here. So here you can see this. Now I have encrypted these data. You can see this right now I have encrypted this btechdays. So for this btechdays, we have one message over here. You can see this. This is the encrypted text. So if I click on this, it will copy to the clipboard. And if I move back over here and type it over here and paste it and try to decrypt it, again, we can see this. We have btechdays. If I move back over here and if I copy this one and move back over here and try to paste it once again and try to decrypt this, and here you can see this, we get this Kumar. If I move back over here, we can also search the name. So if I type KUM, here you can see this, we have this Kumar. And if I type btech, and if I move this one, here you can see this, only one is visible over here. Let me close this, and here you can see this, everything is visible over here. So this is already an encrypted text. So if I copy it and move back over here, and if I paste it, this is 2 times encrypted. So if I move back over here, you can see this, encrypted text is again encrypted. So if I move back over here, let me just paste it, decrypt it, and you can see this one is also again copied. So if I paste it once again, and if I again decrypt it, and here you can see this is Kumar, right? So if I move back over here, this is Kumar encrypted 2 times. Okay, you can also delete the messages. So if I click on this, this will ask the user, are you sure you want to delete this message? If I click on confirm, here you can see this message is deleted. Okay, so if I move back over here, I'm going to do one thing, btechdays, encrypt this, and now this encrypted key is copied, and again I want to encrypt this twice. So encrypt it, and here you can see this is encrypted twice. If I move back over here you can see this btechdays, for this one is this key, and for this key, here you can see this, we have this one. So if I copy this one and move back over here, paste this over here, decrypt it, and decrypt it twice so that you can get the actual key. So this is how it works. So the message is being generated only for the encrypted key, not for the decrypted key. Okay, whenever you are encrypting, the history is generated. And this apps give you permission that if you want to disable the history creation, then you can do that too. How? So we have one tools section over here. And before we go to the tools section, we have one small button over here that is a share button. So if I move back over here, if I click on this, here you can see this, it's open how you want to share. If it's installed in your actual device, then it will show the option for WhatsApp messages and everything other messaging services. So I'm going to open just once and I'm going to select one random number. And here you can see this, that encrypted text is over here to ready to send. So if I move back over here you can see this H7, this one is over here. So what happened is when you send this text to someone and he must need to download the same app, and when he puts these keys in this description box and click on this one, then he will get the actual decrypted text. So suddenly it comes in your mind, right? So how this app is secure? Suppose I have downloaded this app from the Play Store and I have shared that text to someone, and one middleman person has also downloaded the same app and get that encrypted key, and he or she can decrypt the text, right? So that's not going to happen. Why? Because if I go to this tools section, here I have given you the permission to actually change the key. Okay, so how we are going to change the key? Suppose I'm going to set the key 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If I click on this one, then it will not allow to set us that much simple key. Your password should contain one small letter, one caps letter, one special character, and one number. So what you have to do is at the both end, at the sender and the receiver end, both have to use same key to encrypt and decrypt the password. Suppose I'm going to use btechdays #12345, something like this. And if I click on this change key, now my encryption key is changed. Now if I move back over here and if I copy this one, move back over here and just paste this over here and try to decrypt it, here you can see this key changed or invalid encrypted data. It means that you cannot decrypt this text which is encrypted with some different key. So what happened? You cannot decrypt these values now. So what we have to do is, let me just delete these values and try encrypting new values. So if I move back over to the tools, if we have one option to delete all messages, if I click on this, it will ask for the confirmation. Are you sure you want to delete? Confirm, and it will delete all the messages. So if I move back over here, you can see there's nothing, you can find it. Now again, I'm going to type Kumar and encrypt it. And now if I move back over here and copy this one and paste it over here and click on decrypt, and here you can see that this one is decrypted. Now again, I'm going to change the key. So btechdays #1234 and change the key. After this, if I move back over here and again trying to decrypt the same value, here you can see this invalid encrypted. Oh, not this one. So move back over here, copy this one, paste it and decrypt it, and you can see this key changed or invalid encrypted key. So move back over here. Let me just try with this 345 and move back over here and try to decrypt it once again. Here you can see this. Now we got this decrypted value. So this is how this changing password feature helps to secure the data at both the end. It means that if someone got your encrypted data and he or she doesn't know your encryption key, then he cannot decrypt that data, right? And here you can see that we have one feature that is enable disable message history. So if I move back over here to the home screen, here you can see this. If I type ABC and encrypt it, here if I move back over here, and if you can see this ABC, the history for this one is generated. So if I move back over and click on this, here you can see this. It's asking, are you sure you want to disable message history creation? no message history will be made further. So click on confirm, and here you see this message backup disabled. So if I click on this, earlier message is available over here, and if I move back over here, ZYX and encrypt it, you got the encrypted data. And if I move back over here, you can see this ZYX is not available over here. So you can enable and disable message history. It's totally on your hand, right? So if I enable this once again, and it's again asking for the enable confirmation, are you sure you want to enable message history creation? By enabling, you will have history of all message you encrypt. So if I confirm, and if I move back over here, and again I'm going to type btechdays, something like this, hello btechdays, not like this one. Just open it. Hello btechdays, and if I encrypt it, if I move back over here, you can see this hello btechdays, and the data is encrypted. Now, what is the next feature? If I go to the tools, and here you can see this, we have enabled disable screen lock. So what it does is, suppose you have some crucial or critical data is in over here, which you don't want to share with anyone if you give it someone the phone, right? So what you want is, you want to put a lock in your application, that is Hiddle, right? So how to do that? With the help of this enable and disable button, what it does is, it put your lock screen lock over here over this app. So in this phone, I have set the password 1234, the lock screen. Okay, so if I click on this, and here you can see this, it's locked. And if I open it, and if I open like this, I have to enter 1234 in order to open it. So whenever you enable this, that lock screen lock is automatically set over this app. So are you sure you want to enable a screen lock? By enabling, you have to use the screen lock to open. So if I confirm it, and if I move back over here, and let me just close the app, and let me open it once again. And here you can see this, after this splash screen, it moved to the login screen. So let me be very clear. If you have added the face lock feature in your phone, if you have added the fingerprint, if you have added the pattern or any number lock, then it's going to ask the same thing. If you have the face lock, then it's going to ask for the face lock. If you have the password, then it's going to ask for the password. So we have added the password over here. So here you can see this, if I add something like this, and if I click on this, the app is open. So let me close this once again, and let me just open it, and let me just click a back button. So whenever we click back button, it automatically closes my application. It means that validation has failed. So this is how it works. So let me just open it and try to enter some wrong password. Like this one, here you can see this wrong pin is visible over here. And if I type the valid password, you can see this, we are entering into our application, and we can see everything. So I'm going to explain every feature, how this I have developed, and I will share the everything, every icon, every stuff required for this one. Don't worry about this. And if I move back over here, we have covered all the features over here. You have already seen the delete all messages, and with the help of this one, again, you can disable the screen lock. So if I click on confirm, and if I let me just close this application and move back over here, click on Hiddle, here you can see this time it directly opens. This is how it works. So last screen is about us. Here you can see this, we have designed the complete scrollable content over here. So here, if I click on this, it opens my YouTube channel in the browser. So make sure to subscribe so that you can get such type of interesting content regularly and keep updated yourself with new stuff. Okay, next thing, we have the stuff over here, that is Instagram. If I click on this, it will open my Instagram page. This will open my Twitter, and this is my email ID. If you have any queries or how to get the source code for this, like that, then you can contact me on Instagram. And this is my website URL where you can visit and learn a lot of stuff, and there you can find other projects too. And this is what we provide, and even we provide more than this. So contact us once to know what exactly and how we can help you. Okay, so I'm going to show you how to design this one also, and every feature of this app. Okay, So that's it for this video, guys. In the next video onwards, I'm going to show you how to start the development of this. So I hope you are excited. So just hit the like button and subscribe and share with your friends. Thanks for watching.
Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, we have seen the quick overview of Hiddle app. So in this video onwards, we are going to start the development of the Hiddle app. So I've already started my Android Studio. First thing what I have to do is I have to create a new project. So click on this, and after that what we have to do is we have to select the empty activity. Click on next, and here you have to give your application a name. Whatever name you want, you can put it. For me, I'm going to put Hiddle video. After this, I have selected this API 27. If you want to give the basic or the minimum requirement support to 10 or any other, then you can select that specifically. Okay, and the programming language which I am using is Java. After this, just click on finish and it will create a new project. After this, whenever you finish it, before that, make sure your system is connected with good internet speed. Okay, so that it download all the packages or the jars which are removed. Here you can see this, we have to wait unless until this Hiddle build is finished. Okay, so it's important doing a lot of stuff in the backend. Okay, here you can see this, now it started downloading some of the libraries as well. So now it's done. It may take longer in your system, depends on your system configurations. Okay, next thing what we have to do is we have to expand this one and we have to go into this vendor grid. In the below section, in the dependencies, we have to add some of the dependencies. So I have already copied all of the dependencies which are required. So let me just copy these all stuff and move back over here, make some space and paste it. Okay, so we already have this app compact materials and layout. So let me just remove it. If you want to use the latest one, then you can use that. Now save it. And here we have an option to sync now. So click on this, it will sync. We have used this room runtime and room compiler because we are going to use the room DB, that is the local DB for this one, and biometrics. As in the quick overview, you have seen that we have password related security we can enable and disable. If we have fingerprint enabled, then we can also use a fingerprint. So if you want to use the latest version of this, then what you have to do is you have to just search for this one, room runtime. So if I go over here and search for room runtime, you will get this one, first link. If I click on this, it will open like this one. Here you can see this, we have these two, and in the place of this room version, you have to use this one. Now the latest version is 2.5.2, but still I'm using the older one because by using the same, I have developed this application. In the same way, if you want to use this biometrics, so you have to search like this one, move back over here, search for it, go to this one, and here we have the latest one. If you want to use this, you can use this. Okay, now let's move back to our application. Now sync is done and everything is in place. Next thing what we have to do is we have to move into this one, not this one. Let me just scroll up, and here we have this minimum SDK. We have selected this 27. Compiler SDK is 32, and make sure this namespace is unique. It means that that namespace should not be available on the Play Store if you are going to put this application in your Play Store. Okay, so whenever you create, at that time you have to give it a name. Okay, like this. Next thing what we have to do is we have to go to the colors. So if I go over here to the resources, insert the resources and the value, we have colors. Here I'm going to add two colors. Let me just quickly add that. Color name is equal to primary, and for this one will be hash 2196F3. Next color which I'm going to add is color name is equal to secondary, and now let me enter the color code hash 027BB1. Like this. Now we have these two different colors which are required Okay, so let me just close this. After this, what we have to do is we have to go into the themes, double click on the themes. Over here, just from the day night, what we have to do is we have to use the light. And from the dark action bar, we have to use no action bar. And inside this one, we have to use the color primary. And to this one, we have to use the color secondary. Now save it. Now we have all of these in place. Next thing, what we have to do is here, there is no dark theme support. It will always be light. So that's why I have did these changes. If you want to handle with the dark mode as well as the light mode, so you have to hold it accordingly. Okay. Now if I move back over here to this one, that is the theme production. There are two. One is for night and one is for day. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just use in this one also, I'm going to use the light one and with no action bar. Okay. After this, save it. And inside this one, again, I'm going to use the primary one. And for this one, I'm going to use a secondary. Now, everything else, color primary, we need to change this one to white. And this is 200. This one is 700. This one is black. Yeah, everything is in place. If I move back over here to this one, it is white. And 200, 700 and black. All of these needs to be same in the second one also, except apart from these three. Okay. Now just save it. Now what we have to do is we have to move back over here into the resources and we have to create one folder that is for menu. Let me just open the application and you must have observed that in the Hiddle. Okay. We have one menu. This one. So what we are going to do is we are going to design this interface, okay, this Hiddle and the background, and we are going to design the 4 different fragments and that will be connected to these buttons. Okay, that's what we are going to design in this video. Okay, so let's start with that. So we are going to create one menu with these different icons. So before we do that, what we are going to do is I'm going to just put some drawers into this one. So I'm just going to copy all the drawers from my previous project and just move back over here and paste it into this one, into this drawable V24, and just click on OK, click on OK. Okay, I'm going to provide all of these drawers, whichever is required in the project, in the description of this video. Don't worry about that. After this, if you want to learn how to create one, so I'm going to show you how to create one. Okay, so if I move back over here, we have this IC home, where it is. Yeah, here we have IC home, right? So how to create this one? So for that, right click on this, click on new, select vector asset, click on this one and search whatever you want to create. So I'm going to search for home. It is basically loading icons for now. So I have used these. So click on OK. For now, this one will be test underscore IC underscore base underscore line, so that we can delete it. Now you have to click on next and you have to simply click on finish. Here you can see this test IC base line home. So this one is created. This is how you can create one vector asset. Okay. So let me just minimize it. And now we have all the things in place so we can use it directly. Okay. Next thing what we have to do is we have to create one menu. So right click on this, click on new, and we have to create one menu over here. Right click on this, new, and write resource file. Inside this one we have to select the menu, and inside this one we have to give it a name. So I'm going to give it a nav underscore items and click on OK, and this will create one menu resource file inside this menu folder. Okay, as I double click on this one, split it and just go to code. Over here what we have to do is we have to add the items. So I'm going to add one item, and for this one I'm going to give it an ID. So that is ID nav underscore home. I'm going to give it an icon. We have already added from the drawable, so drawable, and I'm going to give it IC home. Right. Search for that. this one. After this, we are going to give it a title. So title will be home. Let's see in the split. Here you can see that this is a, so don't worry, it will not be shown like this. This will be at the below. We will do that. Don't worry about that. So next thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy these and I'm going to paste these 4 times because we need 4 different. Okay. Inside this one, I'm going to, second one is nav underscore message. And inside this one, I'm going to use this message. I see message, and inside this one, the title needs to be changed. It will be messages. Save it. Third one is not nav home. This is nav underscore change key. And over here, I'm going to use this tools. Here you can see this in the parallel. You can observe that the icons is also being changed. Over here, we have next thing is nav about us. I see about us. Okay, we forgot to change the name over here. That is the title. So it is tools. And then this one, we are going to change it to about us. Save it. If we go to split, here you can see this. We have these 3 or 4. These 4 stuff over here. Now the task for this navigation is done. Next thing what we have to do is we have to create 4 different fragments. So just move back over here, right click on this, click on new and select one folder. Simply create one package over here. Package, and I'm going to give it a name that is fragments because it's going to contain all my fragments. Move over here, right click on this, new fragments, blank fragment. Okay, what we have to do is we have to create 4 different fragments. Let's start doing that. So this will be about us fragment. Okay, we have to create 3 more. So go to fragments, click on this one blank, and now I'm going to create one fragment. After this, we have to create one more. This is message. After this, we are going to create one more fragment, and this is secret key change. Click on this, and here we have created 4 different fragments. After this, we have to move to the main activity, and inside this one we are going to perform some of the operation like connecting those to the bottom navigation view. Okay, so here we will make some space, and here we want to create one bottom navigation view. I'm going to give it a name, bottom navigation view, and I'm going to create one related layout. After this, what I'm going to do is just make some space over here. We will find by ID bottom navigation view is equal to find view by ID r.id.pn view. Okay, so it's not showing because we haven't created designed the layout into the main. Okay, so let's move back over to the layout, and here we have to go to the activity main. Inside this one, just go to the code section, and we don't need this one. That is the hello world. If I go to split section, here you can see this is the hello world. Whenever we create one application, it just simply shows that. So inside this one, first thing what we have to do is just change this constraint layout to relative layout. Okay, after this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put one ID for this one. So ID, and ID will be layout main, and I'm going to give it a visibility on, and this will be match parent and match parent. That's already in place. Next thing what we have to do is we have to add one text view, and for this one the width will be match parent and height will be 80 dp. Change or add as per your requirement. Okay, now move from the top. So for this one, I'm going to set one the background, that is tribal / wave 2. As you have seen in the quick overview, we have one tribal. Okay, so it's not reflecting in the real time, so not to worry about that. We'll see it quickly. Okay, after this, I'm going to add an ID for this one. So ID will be title_view. After this, height and width is in place. Next thing what we have to do is we have to put the text alignment to center. Layout _ center horizontal is equal to true. After this, we are going to put one text, that is Hiddle. Text style is bold. After this, we have text color, that will be #5 times 6 times F, that is white. After this, I'm going to put one text size, that will be 35 sp. You can increase or decrease as per your requirement. After this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create one fragment frame layout, and height and width will be match parent and match parent. Inside this one, this layout will be below which one? That is title view. It will be below this one. So let's close this. After this, I'm going to give it an ID. ID will be container. Okay. After this, I'm going to give it some margin bottom. Margin bottom. Inside this one, we have to put like this: attire / accent bar size, like this one. After this, we have to put bottom navigation view. Okay, we have added bottom navigation view. Inside this one, the width will be match parent and height will be wrap content. And I'm going to give it an ID. So ID will be PN view. Okay, this will be align parent bottom is equal to true. It means that it will be aligned to the bottom of the screen. After this, I'm going to set the background for this one, that is #D3D3D3, and menu, we are going to set the menu to this one. So Android menu @ nav items which we have created. Now save it. Now go to split. Okay, it's still not visible. No issue. After this, here you can see this the issue over here. This btn view is right. Now move back to our this main activity, and here we will continue further. Okay, so now we are going to put this relative layout is equal to find view by id r.id.layout main. We have relative layout dot set visibility view dot visible. After this, what we are going to do is we are going to create one bottom navigation view dot set on navigation item select listener, which we are going to use. New bottom navigation, this one we are going to use. Okay, on navigation item select, inside this one what we are going to do is, let me just make some space. It's showing deprecated. We can use a new one, but for now let's continue with this one only. Okay, so over here on navigation item select, whenever that one is selected, what we have to do is we have to use the switch, and inside this one we have to pass item dot get item id case r.id.nav underscore. In that case, what we have to do is we have to load the fragment. So load, we have to create one class gment. Inside this one, new home fragment, and inside this one we have to pass the false, and we have to return true, like this one. Let's quickly create one method. So hover over this, create method load fragment in the main activity. So let's write this method quickly. Okay, so this one we have fragment. Okay, so this is home fragment. So let me just remove this. This is fragment. Okay, and this boolean b is not, just change the key over here. After this, what we have to do is we have to create an object of fragment manager. Fragment manager is equal to get support fragment manager. After this, we have to create one object of fragment transaction. So create that fragment transaction. Fragment transaction is equal to fragment manager dot begin transaction. If flag we just remove this e flag, right? So flag fragment transaction dot add r dot id dot container dot fragment. Else what we have to do is fragment transaction dot replace r dot id dot container comma fragment. So if nothing is loaded, then load that one, else you replace and put it the new one. Okay, so fragment transaction dot commit. Now here you can see this, the error over here is gone. Next thing, we have to do the same for the remaining cases, right? So let's do that. Case r.id.nav message load fragment. Inside this one, we have to pass new message fragment comma false. Return true. We have case r.id.nav underscore about us. Inside this one, we have to call this load fragment. Inside this one, we have to pass new about us fragment, and we have to pass false to this one, and simply return true. After this, we have last one, that is case r.id.nav change key. So this one, load fragment new secret change, and we have to pass this false. And by default, if anything else apart, okay, so here we have to return true as well. By default, we have to print it toast. So toast dot make text. Inside this one, we have to use this main activity dot this, and for the testing purpose, default clicked. And for this one, toast length will be toast dot length short dot show. If anything goes wrong, this will be executed. And finally, we have this return false. And after this, what we have to do is we have to simply write bottom navigation dot set selected item ID r.id.home. Why we did this? Because whenever nothing is there, it means that for the first time an application opens, I want this home to be selected by default. Okay. Now let's start and test our application. So I have started the application. Let me just open this. Okay, so Hiddle build is running. It will install and execute it automatically. So we have to wait for a couple of minutes. So here you can see this. Now this one is loaded. If I click on this one is changing. But as you cannot observe the change over here, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to just move back over here, and this is a home fragment. So click on this, split. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just put over here that home, and in the message I'm going to put go to code. So this one I'm going to put message. In the about us, go to code, and let's read this one about us, and we have one secret change or tools, we can say, right? So I'm going to put tools over here. Now save it and now re-execute it. Here you can see that this is home. If I click on this is message now. If I click on again, it will be tools. If I click on this, about us, it means that different fragments is being loaded. And by default, if I open my application, if I move back over here, we have created Hiddle. This one is not ours. This one is ours, right? So we have, by default, whenever the application is open, its home is by default selected. If you don't want that, it means that nothing needs to be selected. In that case, just comment this line and now restart our application. Okay, reinstall. So here you can see this, nothing is selected. Even home is also not visible. So if I click on this, now the home fragment is loaded. If I click on this, now message is loaded. Okay, you can do as per you need. So let me just uncomment this one for now. Okay, so that's it for this video, guys. Next video, we're going to start the development with the one of these. Okay, so just like, subscribe, and share with your friends. Just follow us on Instagram. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, we have seen that how to create this application and also these different fragments and connect it to these buttons. Okay, so if you haven't watched that video, then just go to description there. I put the link for my previous video. In this video, what we are going to do is we are going to set up the database, as well as we are going to set up the fingerprint authentication. If you have enabled on your device, then we are going to use that in order to log in into our application. And the secondary thing is that is the setup of the password. So both we are going to do in this video, and as well as the database setup we are going to do in our project. So let's quickly start with that. Let me stop the project for now, or stop the app, whatever we can say. Okay, so first thing what we have to do is we have to move back over here, and here we have to create one folder or package, we can say. So I'm going to come over here, click on new and select package, and inside this one I'm going to give it a name, that is model. Inside this model, I'm going to create class, Java class, and I'm going to give it a name, that is date converter. Okay, inside this one, we are going to create one method, that is public static, and it will return a date. Inside this one, I'm going to get a long time stamp, and what it will do is simply return time stamp is equal to null. In that case, we are going to simply return the null value. Else, we are going to create a new date, and inside this one we have to pass the timestamp, and this will convert the long value into that date. Okay, after that, into this application, that is type converter, we need one more method, that is basically return the time in the long format. So that will be public static long to time stamp. So this one we are going to pass the date, and this will simply return date is equal to null. In that case, what we are going to do is we are going to return simply null. This is a ternary operator which we are using. If you are not aware of it, then just let me know in the comments so that I can create a separate video for this. Okay, and again I'm going to use one more same annotation, that is type. Okay, after this, what we are going to do is we are going to create another class, that is the key. So let me create that Java class, and I'm going to give it a name, that is key. Into this one, this will be an entity, and I'm going to give it a table name. So table name, and we're going to use it a key DB. So these all entities we are going to access because these are annotation. All annotation we are able to access because we have already added the dependency for this room DB. Okay, so that's why we can use this annotation in the first video. You must have observed that. Okay, and this will implement serializable because may happen that we have to transfer this over the net. So serializable over here. After this, we have int ID is equal to 0, and this is primary key. And then this one, this is auto generated is equal to true. After this, I have the column that is key. This will be at the rate column info, and then this one we have to pass the name is equal to key. After this, we have boolean. This is message backup. We are going to use this column in order to, in the setting in the quick overview video, you must have seen that we have enabled and disabled the message backup. So this key is going to be used for that purpose. Okay. So at the rate column info, inside this one, we are going to pass the name is equal to message backup. After this, we have one more column that is boolean, that is security. At the rate column info, so this one I'm going to give it a name, that is security. In the quick overview video, I've also shown you that we can enable and disable the security of the application. So with this boolean key, with the help of true and false, we are going to use it over. After this, what we have to do is we have to add constructor over here. So build and insert in order to create a constructor. We need one empty constructor and one with the key. This one, and click on OK. We have one constructor over here and one empty constructor I want. Public key like this. And I need getter setters for all. So Alt insert, getter setters, select all and click on OK. And here you can observe that getter setters for everything is created over here. Okay. Next thing what we have is we have to create another class that is for message. So right click on this one, select Java class, click on this and give it a name, message. And so this one, this will also implement serializable. And for this one, the entity will be, table name will be messages because we are also going to store the messages. Okay, so we are using two tables. One is basically to perform some operation like backup, enable or disable security, and this is basically to store the messages. If the message backup is enabled, in that case we have to store the message will be key value pair. So this is what we have designed. Okay, so here we have one ID is equal to 0, and again at the rate primary key. Inside this one we are going to pass auto generated is equal to true. After this, we have another that is string ptext. Ptext means plain text. At the rate column info, and inside this one, I'm going to give it the same name. This is the name where it will be in the database name. Okay. After this, we have one more stuff that is encrypted text. At the rate column, you can give any name of your choice. Okay. So make sure if you change the name, in that case, just use that name throughout the application. Encrypted text. This is just for learning purpose. Any other use is totally on. Okay. So next thing we have date when this message is created. So creation time. So this one I have to use this column info, and so this one we have to pass the creation. Okay, after this we have one type converter which we have created, that is type converters, and so this one we are going to pass the date converter dot class which we have created. Okay, this one which we have created, we have to pass it over here. It will automatically convert long to date. Okay, next thing what we have is we have to create one empty constructor. Or we can say 0R constructor. After this, I need one constructor which will take all the values. These three, because ID is auto-generated. So click on OK, and here you can see this plain text, encrypted text, and creation date and time. Now this one is created. After this, we have to create the getter and setters. So select getter and setters. I have pressed Alt and Insert, and then I have select these all and click on OK. And you will get like this. After this, what we have to do is we have to create one new package that is down. Right click on this, click on this one, select a package, create one down. Inside this one, I'm going to create one new package that is a new class. Select this one, select interface, and I'm going to create one new interface that is key down. Click on enter, and it will create it like this. Inside this one, I'm going to put one annotation that is down from the library for sure. After this, we have some stuff which we need to perform, like void, and we have to perform save item, right? And which item we want to save, that is key. Like this, Alt and Insert, it will import, and which it will import from model which we have created, right? com.btechdays.hiddle.video.model.key. In the model, we have this key. So that's what we have imported. This is for the save item. Okay, so we have to save item in that one. We have to use this insert, and in this one we have to put some values like on conflict. What I want to do, I want to replace it, so I'm going to use that. Alt insert, and it will like this one. After this, we have few more queries. Let me quickly write that. List, and we have key, get all key. Move back over here, Alt enter, and import java.util.list. Okay. After this, inside this one, I'm going to write the query, and the query will be select start from key deep, which we have created, right? If we move back over here, this one, this is the database name, so which I'm using in that query. So move back over here, here you can see this key DB, right? So this will fetch all the records from the key DB. Okay. After this, we have to delete. So it will be integer, delete all key, and we're going to use a query, delete from key DB. In this way, you can write the queries. Move back, we need few more. One is to update. So void change key. Into this one, we have to pass the ID and string my key, whatever the new key you want to update. And I'm going to write the query for the same. So update key DB set key is equal to colon my key. Whenever we use this colon and pass this value will be assigned over here. Whatever the value inside passed over here into this one will be passed into this one, where ID is equal to colon ID. This is the ID which will be assigned over here. Okay. After this, we have to write one more stuff, that is enable and disable. So enable, which will also return nothing. Void enable, disable, and to this one we have to pass ID and boolean status. And again, I'm going to write one query for the same. Let me make some space over here. Into this one, we have to simply type update key DB set message backup is equal to colon status, where ID is equal to colon ID. After this, we have one more, that is enable and disable security. That will also return nothing. The method name will be enable, disable security. Inside this one, it will accept two stuff, that is ID and boolean status. At the rate query, inside this one, I'm going to write update key DB set security is equal to colon status, where ID is equal to colon ID, like this.
Now the task over here is done. Let me just remove these empty lines. Okay, so task into this one is done. In the same way, we have to create one message doc. So whatever the query is required, we need to perform on the message DB. So we are going to create that. Java class, select interface. Into this one, we have to select message DAO. Hit enter, it will create one. Into this one again, we have to put the annotation that is DAO. After this, what we have to do is we have to create one save. So it will return nothing, and it will method we will come save item, and inside this one we will accept message. Simple. And at the rate insert, on insert, whenever it's conflict, just replace it. After this, we have get all messages. So we are going to do that. So it will return list of messages, alt and enter, and port class get all messages, and we have to write the query for the same. So query like this one, select star from messages, and we need in by order by, like the recently which we have encrypted, it needs to be on the top. For that, order by creation time descending. Okay, next thing, we have to delete also the messages. So delete, to this one it will accept a message object, and we have to simply put the annotation delete, and it will delete it. Next thing, we have one more, that is void delete all messages. And now for this one, I have to write the query delete from messages, and we delete everything within that. So now we have done all the tasks for KeyDAO and message out. Whatever the queries are required, I have written it down. Okay, so if you change the name, make sure you also change over here. And if you don't need this by descending, if you want that first message needs to be on the top, so you have to simply change this to ascending order like this. But I'm going with the descending order. Okay, next thing what we have to do is we have to create the utility method that we are going to use for the authentication purpose. So first I will create one package and give it a name, utility, hit enter, and now the method is created. Inside this one, first I will create one interface. So click on this Java class, select interface, and here I'm going to give it a name, that is authentication, authenticator task. Okay, hit enter. So this one, simply we have to create two abstract methods, that is public void after validation success, and another is public void on validation failed. Save it. After this, we have to create one utility class. So click on this, right click on this Java class, bd utility. You can name anything as per your choice. Hit enter. This will create one class. After this, I'm going to keep one utility method over here, which will basically, whenever we in quick overview also have seen that when I click on copy to clipboard, it's copied to the whatever the text or encrypted text is over there, it copied to the clipboard, okay, of the device. So I'm going to write that method. So that will be public static void set clipboard. Inside this one, it will accept one context and one text. If SDK underscore end. Okay, this one we're going to use it. You can simply copy this, you can paste it over here. Android.os.build.version. This one is less than this, not this one, version underscore codes dot honeycomb, this one, like this. This is not like imported like that one. Okay, after this, what we have to do is we have to check that Android.text text dot clipboard manager clipboard is equal to Android dot text dot clipboard manager context dot get system service. Inside this one we have to pass context dot clipboard service, and after this we have to simply close it, and after this I'm going to simply type clipboard dot set text, and inside this one I'm going to set the text. If this is not the case, then what we have to do is else Android dot context dot clipboard manager. We will get the clipboard manager object. Clipboard is equal to Android dot context dot clipboard manager context dot get system services context dot clipboard service, this one, and Android dot context dot clip data clip is equal to Android dot context dot clip data dot new plain text. Inside this one we have to simply show copy text, and what are the text over here, just close it. Clipboard dot set every clip, and inside this one we have to pass the clip, and this will copy the text to the clipboard. Okay, so now the task into this one is done. Next thing, we have to go to utility, and we have to create one new class. So right click on this one, select class, and here we are going to create one class, that is fingerprint authenticator. Hit enter, it will create a new class. After this, here what I'm going to do is I'm creating some of the objects like biometric prompt, this one. After this, biometric prompt info. Biometric prompt dot prompt info. Okay, like this one. Just a minute. Android X biometric. We have to select this one, this import Android X biometric. When you select this, then you will get this option. Okay. Next thing, we have view grid. Give the name, layout. After this, we need to get the context, and we need to get the authentication task. Okay. After this, we need to create one constructor which will accept top 3 values. So select this one. We need context, authenticator task, and layout. Click on OK, and this will create a view like this. Okay. So let me just move this one over here, view group, and this view group at that. Like this one. Now the value is assigned. Here you can see this. So whatever the value will be passed into this one will be assigned to layout, context, and authenticator task. Next thing what we have to do is we have to create one method below this one, that is public void add authentication. And here what we are going to do is a biometric manager. Biometric manager is equal to biometric manager dot from, and we will pass the context. After this, we have to use the switch. Let me just scroll down, make some space over here. Yeah. Okay. We will use switch over here, and we will pass biometric manager dot can authenticate, and just open it. case biometric just a minute, guys. This one biometric can authenticate. We have to type biometric dot v underscore error underscore no hardware. Okay, let me just import it. Okay, so I made a mistake over here. AMAGER, like this one. Okay, so now this one is good. After this, we have another case, that is case. Let me just copy this one and paste it over here. Dot biometric HW unavailable. Oh, this is colon. Oops, sorry. Yeah, colon. Next thing, we have another case. So let me over here. So case biometric manager. This one enroll to this one to make it toast. Dot make toast. Into this one we have to pass a context and row fingerprint have assigned. You can change the text as per your choice. Toast dot length short dot show and authentication task dot after validation success we will break it. After this, what we have to do is executor we will use executor equal to context compact dot get main executor and say this one we get from we need to pass the context. After this, we have to show the biometric prompt is equal to new biometric prompt and set this one we have to pass the fragment activity and we will pass the context into this one. Executor convert the context to fragment activity. It will pass new biometric prompt dot authenticate request or authenticate callback we have to use. Okay. After this, what we have to do is after this we have to simply open and close the curly braces and just close this one. So let me just move back and just hover over this one. We have to cannot be initialized. Okay, so new biometric prompt. So this one we have to authentication callback. So this one we need to create the few methods. Let me just undo it. Biometric prompt authentication callback. Hover over this one. Let me move back to this one. Okay. Let me just type it manually then in that case. So like this, close it. Okay, now the error is gone. Save it, and over here what we have to do is we have to override some of the methods. So hit override, and to this one we are going to use public void on authentication error. So this one we have to use int error code @non-null. It will be char sequence error string like this one, super.on authentication error. We have to pass the error code into this one and error string to this one, and we have to simply pass authentication task.on validation failed. Okay, next thing we have to override two more methods, that is on authentication succeed and on authentication failed. Okay, so that will be public void on authentication succeeded. Into this one we have to pass accept non-nullable biometric prompt dot authentication result, and we have to accept the result into this one, and we will call super dot authentication succeed. We have to pass the result and authentication task dot after validation success, and we also need to put the override over here. Now save it. After this, check like this. Okay, so when you type something spelling mistake into this one, then it will show error over here that overridden method is not there. Move. After this, alt insert, and let me just try overriding method, and this one on authentication field. Okay, so if I click on this, here you can see this on authentication field is over here. Super.on authentication field is over here. If authentication failed, then I'm also going to show a toast. So context, and I'm going to show authentication failed. Okay. After this, what we have to do is, here we have to prompt info is equal to new biometric prompt info dot builder dot set. Okay, let me just click on this one and back over here. This is prompt info, new biometric prompt info. Okay, this is not required. Dot builder dot set title, and so this one we will set the validation dot set description, and so this one I'm going to set like this. Use fingerprint to login. You can use any text as per your choice. Set device credential allowed to true and dot build. After this, we have to simply use biometric prompt dot authenticate, and inside this one we have to pass like this one. Now the task related to this one, the fingerprint authenticator, the things which we need to implement over here is done. So add authentication, this method needs to be called whenever we want to add the fingerprint authenticator into our application. Next thing what we have to do is we have to create one database, right? So go over here, right click on this one, select one package, and I'm going to give the name the package, that is database. Okay. Into this one I'm going to create a database class. So click on this one, I'm going to name that is db, hit enter, and we'll create one class over here. After this, I'm going to put an annotation that is @ database. So this one we have to pass entities. We have two, that is message dot class and another one is key dot class. We have two database, right? Key dot class. After this, we have to pass the version. Version is equal to 1, and export schema is false. You cannot export this schema. Okay. After this class, this is an abstract class. So public abstract class room db, and this will basically extend room database. This one. Okay. Next thing what we have to do is to create this one. That is private static room db, and this is database. After this, private static string database name, and I'm going to give it a name that is Hiddle DB. something like this. Okay. After this, we have to create one method, public synchronized static, and it will return a room DB get instance, and inside this one we have to pass the context like this one. After this, database is equal to null, then only we will create the new object or instance of that database. Okay, as we will simply return the existing database. So database is equal to room dot database builder. Inside this one we have to pass the context dot get application context, comma, inside this one we have to pass the room db dot class, and inside this one we have to pass database name dot allow main thread queries dot fallback to destructive migration dot build. This will create the object. If this is not the case, then simply return the database. Okay, so what happened over here is, suppose we have already the object is not null. In that case, it won't enter into the if condition, simply to return the existing database object. It means that for the first time only it will enter into this one, and it will create the object of the database. After onwards, it will simply return this one. Okay, so after this, I'm going to create few methods, that is public abstract. This will be message DAO, main DAO, public abstract key DAO. This will be key DAO, like this. The task related to this one is done. After this, what we have to do is we have to move to the main activity, because now the database is set up. These all things to be completed, right? So whenever we need the database instance, we can simply call this get instance by passing the context, and it will give us the database object. Now we can use it. We have also created all the database queries which are required. We have also set up the database. We have also created all the models which are required, that is date converter, key, messages, and the fingerprint task is done. Fingerprint authenticator, whatever that required for the fingerprint authenticator is already in the place. Next thing what we have to do is we have to make all of these uses, right? So for that we have to go to this main activity. Main activity inside this, first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to write the code for the back button. Suppose if you want to click on back 2 times, then only it will ask for the exit. For that I'm going to override one method. So alt and insert override method. Into this one I will search on back pressed. Hit enter, and this will give you a method like this one. Let me remove this. After this, what we have to do is, if I'm going to create few objects over here first. So that will be private, static, and final int time underscore interval is equal to 2000. This is in milliseconds. Private, it will be long, and back button press. Okay, if m back pressed plus time interval is greater than system dot current time milliseconds, then what we have to do is we have to exit the application. Okay, so activity let me just put one more bracket over here, just scroll up, and here we will pass main activity dot this dot finish. We have to call the method finish on this one, and this will close the main activity. And we have to close the application system dot exit, and we have to pass 0 into this one. This will close the application. And super back pressed, and we have to simply return. If this is not the case, it means that only first time when we press the back button, in that case, one toast message we need to show toast. This one we have to show tap back button in order to exit, or we can say tap back button again in order to exit. Okay, if this is not the case, and also we need to set the m back press button, that is system dot current time millisecond, else it will be null. For the first time, it will go run this one. Okay. So next thing, what we have to do is we have to write one more method that is used to persist the keys. Because now, if you go into this one, keydb, you can observe it will be blank for the initial stuff, right? So what we have to do is initially we need to put one record into this one. That is by default security is disabled, backup is disabled or enabled, whatever you want to do in that case. So for that, just move back over here and we have to write one more method, that is private void persist key, like this one. And to this one, I'm going to use a try and catch block. So try catch, if exception, ex, if anything goes wrong, ex.print start. Okay. Here, what we are going to do is we are going to get the shared preferences. Shared preferences is equal to preferences manager dot get default preferences. Inside this one, we have to pass the context this. After this, shared preferences dot editor is equal to preferences dot edit. After this, we will get the database instance. Okay. So move back to the top, and here we will make some space, and it will be room db database. Move back over here. Database is equal to room db dot get instance, and we have to pass the context, right? So we have to pass this. If not preference dot get boolean first time is false, then in that case, what we have to do is we have to put like this: key is equal to, we will create object of new key. Shared preferences is like, suppose whenever you install the application, then once shared area will be there, it will keep the value get first time is equal to true. We are going to set that into editor, don't worry. Okay, so initially it will be false, first time it will be false, and if this is the true, then not will make it false. Okay, so if this one is false, then it will return true by using this one, and it will enter into this if and key dot set key, whatever the key if you want to set, like this one, alphanumeric, small caps, whatever you want set. So make sure with this key only encrypted data will be decrypted. Okay, this is just for the learning purpose, guys. Next thing, key dot set message backup. Into this one we have to pass it key dot set security. By default, I'm going to put the false over here. And finally, what I'm going to do is database dot key DAO dot save item, and then we have to pass the key. Okay, once this one is saved, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this one editor dot put boolean first time to true. Editor dot commit. Whatever the changes I made, just commit it. If this is not the case, then we don't need to do anything. Okay, so now the task for this one is done. Next thing what we have to do is we have to move back to the top. Okay, so here we have this database. Okay, next thing what we have to do is after this activity is loaded, first I'm going to call the method that is persist key. After this, we have these two values. We don't need this one. I will show you when we need to use it. We just commented that. After this, we need to put the try catch block. First, try catch. With this one, it will be exception ex.print start trace and toast. So this one, and whatever the error we get, ex.get message, that will be shown in the toast. Okay. Inside this one, what we have to do is we have to use authentication task. Okay, so authentication task is equal to new authentication task, and if we hit enter, here you can see this, we get some methods, right? That is the after validation success, on validation failed. So into the success, what we have to do is we have to simply view this one, right? So just paste it over here. relative layout dot set visibility is view is equal to visible. By default, it's visible, but now we will make it visible only when the authentication is success. If it's failed, in that case, what we have to do is, let me just write it over here. So keyguard manager is equal to keyguard manager to this one get system service. Into this one we have to pass the context dot keyguard service. If keyguard manager is keyguard secure, in that case what we have to do is we have to simply write activity main activity dot this dot finish if keyguard is failing, and simply exit the application. So system dot exit, and we have to pass this status code 0. If this is not the case, then what we have to do is we have to show the message toast, make toast, and main activity dot this port doesn't contain password, right? It means that what will be the case when there is no password or nothing there. In that case, we also need to toast dot length short dot show. Okay, so what we have to do is we have to put this one over. After this, let's once validation is done, we are into our application. If this is we enter into this one, then we enter into our application, right? And if this is also this is failed, then it will won't enter into this one, and also it won't enter into this one. So we continue the task over here. So first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to get all the keys. So list of key list is equal to database key DAO dot get auth key. Okay. After this, we will check boolean dot security is equal to key list dot get 0, because we have only one record, get security. If this is enable, if security, then in that case what we have to do is fingerprint authenticator is equal to new fingerprint authenticator. Inside this one we have to pass the activity, that is main activity dot this, and we have to pass authentication task into this one, and the layout, so relative layout into this. After this, we have to simply call fingerprint authenticator dot application, so which we have created few minutes back into this one. This method I'm calling over here. Okay, if this security is enabled, in that case I'm going to validate by the fingerprint or the log. Okay, if this is not the case, else in that case what I'm going to do is I'm going to simply type relative layout dot set visibility view dot visible. Okay, so now the task is done. So let me start the application. Now we have added the validation as well as the database with these data. The initial key data is saved. So let's start our application and let's check if everything works fine. Okay, cannot find parameter my key. Okay, so we made some mistake. So here K is caps. So key like this one. Now start the application. Now the application is started without any failure. Here you can see this one is running fine. Next thing what we are going to do is I'm going to move back over here and let me just uninstall the application. App info. This is Hiddle video. Uninstall it. Click on OK. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to move back into this one, main activity, and inside the security, what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the true.
And one more thing, what I'm going to do is I'm going to move back over here, go to the setting of the phone, where it goes, setting, here we have secure your phone, click pin 3 4, next. So now I've set the pin into this one. Okay, so let me click on this one, open it, try to open it. It will ask for the pin, right? Okay, so now let me start my application, and this time this set security is true. It means that before opening, it will ask for the validation. Here you can see this, use fingerprint to log in. You can change this message as per your choice. So if I click on back, here you can see this, the application is closed. Again, let me open it. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Wrong password is there. So it will show wrong pin. And if I click on this one, here you can see this, we are logged in. It means that our authentication is working fine. So if I change this one to false and now restart the application. So again, it will ask for the password because this will only run for the first time whenever the application is installed. Okay. So in the later videos, we are going to see how to set these values true and false from the UI Android application, from the tools as I have shown you in the quick overview video. So let me uninstall this one for now and let's try once again. Installing it, and here you can see this directly opened over here. So that's it for this video, guys. In the next video, we will start working on the home screen, and after that, one by one on the another. Okay. So just stay tuned, subscribe and share with your friends, and thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, we have seen that how to do the setup for the database and also how to enable the authentication in our device, in our application. So if you haven't watched that video, then just go to description there. I put the link for my previous video, or you can check out the playlist. So in this video, what we are going to see is, let me just show you quickly. So this is the complete application. Let me just open it. And this page we are going to design into this one, and also we are going to backend code for this. So when I click on this, here you can see that this is encrypted and we can also decrypt it. So this all task we are going to do in the current video. So let's start with that. Let me close the application, and we are already into this one. So first thing what we have to do is we have to start the designing, the UI design. So for that, we have to go to the home fragment, double click on this, go to layout and go to this home fragment. Over here, we don't need this text view because we have added this in order to see the difference between different fragments. So let me just remove this one. And this is a frame layout, right? So I need to change it to scroll layout. Scroll view. Okay. After this, what we have to do is the layout width will be match parent and the height will be wrap content. After this, what we have to do is we have to set the layout gravity to center. And inside this one, what we are going to do is we are going to add linear layout. Linear layout. For this one, the width will be match parent and the height will be wrap content, and the gravity for this one will be center vertical, and orientation will be vertical. Inside this one, we are going to use text input layout. This is from the Google, which for this we have already added the dependency in our first video. So make sure you have did that. Okay. The layout width will be match parent and the height will be wrap content. Okay. For this one, style will be @style/width material component dot text input dot outline box. This one you have to select. After this, margin, we are going to give some margin from the start as well. So margin start will be 16 dp and margin top will be 6 dp and margin end will be 16 dp again. After this, inside this one, I'm going to give it a hint. Enter text to encrypt. Let's close this. Inside this one, this is the outside box, right?
After this, inside this one, add an input, text input edit text, right? So let's do that. Text input edit text. This one also from the com.google.android, and the width will be match parent and the height will be wrap content. After this, I'm going to give it an ID for this one. So ID, ID, it will be txt encrypt. After this, what we are going to do is we are going to give it a gravity to top. After this, I'm going to give input type to text multi-line. Here you can see this. Now the text view is visible over here with the hint enter text to encrypt. After this, I'm going to give the max lines. So lines will be 6. Over scroll mode to this one always. After this, we are going to set scroll bar style to vertical. Style to inside insect. Okay. After this, we are going to set scroll bars to vertical. After this, we have to set scroll bar horizontal to false. After this, what we're going to do is we're going to set the text color, whatever the text range, this one will be in the black. So at the red color black, you can select any other color of your choice. And text size will be 18 sp. Let me just close this. Now the task over here is done. After this input field, next thing what we have to do is we have to design the 2 buttons. If you have observed in the application, let me show you quickly. So once this is designed, after this we need one layout. Inside that we need 2 buttons that will be horizontally, not vertically. Okay, so let's design that. Let me minimize this. After this, we are going to need one again linear layout. This linear layout, and the width will be match parent and height will be, I'm going to give it a fixed size, that is 80 dp. And for inside this one, the gravity will be center and orientation will be horizontal. As I have told you that we are going to have 2 buttons to this one and with the horizontal layout. Next thing, we have to add the buttons, 2 different buttons. So I'm going to add material button. This one, let me scroll a little bit up. Google.android material button, material button. Inside this one, width will be 0 dp. Let's move back over here, 0 dp, and height will be wrap content. Okay, let me just move back over here. I'm going to give it an ID. ID will be btn encrypt. After this, I'm going to give it a style. Style will be text button dot icon. This one. After this, I'm going to the height and width we have given. Margin start I have to give margin start, and I'm going to give it a 16 dp. After this, margin end, I'm going to give it a 8 dp. After this, I'm going to give a layout weight. That will be 0.50. After this, background tint, I'm going to give it to at the red color primary. After this, I'm going to give text to this one. So text to this button will be encrypt. Text all caps to false. After this, text color into this one will be white. Like this one. After this, text size will be 16 sp. And again, what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the icon for this one. So icons I've already provided in the first video. So make sure you have downloaded from there. Okay. And I'm going to use the same icon. So drawable /IC_option. This one. And icon tint, that will be white. Let's close this and save it. Okay, if it's not visible, that's totally fine. It will be visible in a once we complete this
development. Okay, next thing, we again need one material button. Okay, com.google and write the same one we need. Okay, so let's move back over here. So width will be 0 dp, height will be wrap content, and let's make some space over here. So ID will be ID btn decrypt. After the style, we're going to set this icon with not this one. We're going to set material components dot button text button. Just delete all these. Text button dot icon, like this. I guess we did same mistake over here, so let me just copy this one and move back over here and paste it. Now here you can see this. Now the button is visible. So we made mistake. We have selected the wrong component over here. Okay, now it's fixed. Okay. After this, we have set the style, width and height, and after that I'm going to set the margin start. Margin start, that will be 8 dp. After that, margin end, it will be 16 dp, and weight, layout weight will be 0.50. After this, I'm going to set the background 10 to primary. You can see this. Now the color is visible, the secondary button is visible. I'm going to add the text for this one, that is decrypt. Okay, after this we are going to add the text alignment to center. After this, I'm going to set text all caps to false, and after this I'm going to set the text color to white. Now you can see this. Now the decrypt is visible. After this, I need to set the text color. We have already set text size to 16 sp, and after this I'm going to set the icon, that is @drawable /IC_no encryption, this one, and we are going to set the icon tint to @color white. Let's close this, and here you can see this. Now these two buttons are visible. After this one is done, next thing what we have to do is we have to simply add the text button, which is required, right? So let's quickly do that. Outside of this one, I'm going to add again new text input layout. Into this one, the width will be match parent and height will be wrap content again. And for this one, I'm going to set the style. So style will be @style width /widget dot material component this one, text input layout dot outline box. After this, we are going to give it a margin start, that will be of 16 dp, and margin end, that will be also of 16 dp. After this, I'm going to give it a hint, enter text to decrypt. Okay, now we close it, and inside this one we have to add the text field. So let's quickly add that. Text input edit text. Inside this one, width will be match parent and height will be wrap content. Now you can see this. Now the enter text to decrypt box is also visible, and this one I'm going to give it a ID txt decrypt. Okay, after this, what we have to do is we have to give the gravity to top, input type to text multi-line. After this, max lines allowed, max line is 6, over scroll mode always. After that,
scroll bar style we have to set. That will be inside inset. After this we have to set scroll bars. So scroll bars will be vertical, the scroll bar horizontal to false. Finally we have to set the text color, that will be of black. And finally what we have to do is we have to set the text size. So text size to 80 sp, and let's close this. Okay, now this design is done. This is a complete application, so let me close this and let's open the let's run our project and let's see if this one is designed or not. So I have started the application, as you can see that. So it's now installing, and here we go. So now we can see that our application is designed. When I click on this, the hint is on the top. And if I click on these pages are empty for now. So now the designing part of this one is done. Next thing what we have to do is we have to start backend functionality. Like when I click on this, it should perform the operation, like whatever the text into this one will be encrypted and shown over here. And when I click on this, decrypt the text, whatever into this one, and will be visible over here. So let's do that. So let's stop the application. And before we do that, what we have to do is we have to create a class in which I'm going to write one method that is encrypt and decrypt in order to use those methods in multiple places if required. So right click on this, click on new and select one Java class, and I'm going to give it a name. So encrypt, decrypt, and hit enter. It will create one class. After this, we are going to give some values or some variable which is required. That is a private, static, final, string, and this is the algorithm on using which algorithm we are going to encrypt the data. So algorithm is equal to blowfish, which we are going to use. And mode. So mode will be blowfish / cvc / pkcs5 padding, which we are going to use. Now the first method which we are going to design, that is for encrypt. So public static string encrypt. Encrypt in this one, we have to pass the value, string value, and the string, the key you have to pass, on which key you have to encrypt. Okay, so we are going to put the code into the try and catch block. So if anything goes wrong, exception.print trace, and that gets returned. None. Okay, so over here, first thing what we have to do is we have to generate this one, secret key spec, that is from Java X crypto.spec. Okay. Inside this one, generate this new secret key spec, and so this one we have to pass the my key dot get bytes, and we also have to pass the algorithm, on which algorithm using we are going to. After that, we have to use Cipher. Cipher is equal to cipher.get instance. So this one we have to pass the mode. After this, we have to create the byte object, byte array, sorry, IV bytes. Inside this one, new byte, and this one we have to pass cipher get block size. After this, secure random, new secure random, and secure random dot next bytes. Into this one we have to pass the IV bytes. Okay, after this what we have to do is we have to simply call like cipher dot int. With this one we have to pass cipher dot encrypt mode. Into this one we have to pass a secret key spec, and we also have to pass new IV parameter spec. Inside this one we have to pass the IV bytes. Finally, we will get the byte array. So byte array encrypted values is equal to cipher dot to final, and inside this one we have to pass value dot get bytes, and whatever the value we will be passing into this one, that will be encrypted on the basis of the cipher, as we have passed the block and use this IB bytes and also the secret mode, and which by using this mode we are going to encrypt it. Okay, so now we got the encrypted value. Next thing what we have to do is we have to combine the IV and encrypted data together. So let's do that. Byte combined is equal to new byte. Into this one we have to pass IV bytes dot length plus encrypted value dot length. For that array, for both, according to the combination of both length, we are going to declare a value array of that size. Okay. After this, system dot array copy, we are going to use IB bytes comma 0 comma combined comma 0 comma IB bytes dot length. After this, we are going to use system dot array copy value dot value comma 0 comma combined IB bytes comma IB bytes dot length comma encrypted value dot length, and the both value will be to that one. After this, now the encrypted values combined. Next thing what we have to do is we have to simply return base 64 dot encoded to string base 64 encode to the string, because we have used the wrong base 64 Android dot encode, this one, encode to string. So you must have observed that for base 64 I have used this Android dot util. Okay, so base 64 into this one we have to pass the combined dot base 64 dot default, and this will encrypt the data whatever is required. Next thing what we have is we have to write now for the encryption, this is more than enough. Okay, so next method which we have to write, that is for decryption. So public static string decrypt. To this one we will get the string value and again the string my key, on the basis of which we will decrypt, and this will throw some of the exception like bad padding exception, such padding, no such padding exception, no such algorithm exception, invalid algorithm parameter exception, invalid key exception. After this, illegal block size exception. These all exception probably it can throw. So we have already declared it as throw, so that it will not return any exception for now. Okay, so byte and get combined is equal to base 64 dot decode. Into this one we have to pass the value and base 64 dot default. Okay, after this we get this byte array and we will get AB bytes. This is equal, okay, is equal to arrays dot copy of range combined comma 0 comma 8. After this we will get byte array again. To this one we will get encrypted values is equal to arrays dot copy of range. Into this one we have to pass combined comma 8 comma combined dot length. After this we have to create object of secret key spec new secret key spec. Into this one we have to pass my key dot get bytes, and we also have to pass the algorithm which we have declared on the top of the class. So after this we have to use cipher. Cipher is equal to cipher.get instance. Into this one we have to pass into this cipher dot init. Into this one we have to pass cipher dot decrypt mode. Into this one we have to pass a secret key spec, and we have to pass new IV parameter spec. Into this one we will pass IV bytes. Finally, what we have to do is we have to simply return new string, and to this one we have to pass cipher dot to final, and to this one we have to pass encrypted values, and this will decrypt the text. So now our decrypt method and encrypt method is ready. Next thing what we have to do is we have to go to the home fragment. Inside the fragments we have declared different fragments, and we are working on the home fragment. So move back over here. So here we have a lot of things which is not required. So let's clean up. So these all stuff is not required by default when you create. These all things are there. Okay. So let me just remove all of these. And these all are also not required. So let me remove these. We only need this one and this one. Okay. So let's save it. On the top, first thing what we're going to do is we're going to declare all the variables which are required, like material button and full field, so that we can extract the data. So private material button, and to this one the name which we have given, there is two buttons. So one is btn encrypt and one is btn decrypt. So let's initialize that. And another is btn decrypt private. After this we have text input edit text txt encrypt txt decrypt. After this we have we need to get the database instance room db database. After this we have a string p. Okay. Now move back to this one, and over here, let me just remove this comment, and also we don't need this, so let me just remove this one. Okay. After this, what we have to do is we have to create a view over here. So view is equal to inflator dot inflate, and to this one we have to pass the r dot layout dot fragment home dot. We have to pass the container into this one, and false. Attached to root is false. After this we get the database instance database room db dot get instance. This one we have to pass the activity, so get activity like this. Finally we have to get the txt encrypt is equal to view dot find view by id. Inside this one we have to pass in r dot id txt encrypt. After this we have txt decrypt is equal to view dot find view by id r dot id dot txt decrypt. After this we have btn encrypt view dot find view by id r dot btn encrypt. After this we have btn decrypt is equal to view dot find view by id r dot id dot btn decrypt. After this, what we have to do is we have to perform the operation on btn decrypt. Before we do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to write a method over here. What that will do is whenever the data will be encrypted, we have to save that into the database. Okay. So for that, I'm going to write one method that is private void. It will return nothing. Simply save encrypted messages. Okay. So this one we have to pass the string encrypted text, comma, the string plain text. So we will create a message object. So message is equal to new message, like this one, message dot set etext encrypted text. So we will pass the etext into this one, message dot set plain text. So we will pass plain text into this one, and message dot set creation time, and we'll pass new date. It would automatically pick the current date. And we already have the database instance, so database dot main DAO dot save item. Into this one we have to pass the message object. Okay. So now the task for the save is done over here. Okay, so this is just to save the message. So we are going to use this while we are designing for the encryptor. So let's move back over here and make some space over here. Okay, so btn encrypt dot set on click listener. Okay, new view on click listener. When you select this one, it will give automatically a method that is public void on view click listener. Okay, and outside this we have to simply return this view so that we will get rid of this error. So here you can see this over here it was showing an error, but when I wrote this return view, the error is gone because we are going to return this view, that is the fragment. So inside this one, first thing what we have to do is we have to get the string text string value is equal to txt encrypted dot get text dot string, and we will check if value is not equal to null and not value is empty. If this is not the case, it means that this one is empty. In that case, what we have to do is we have to show a toast message. So toast, inside this one we have to pass the context, get context, and the text which we have to show is field empty. And let's check this if this one is working fine or not. Let's start our application. So if I click on this, here you can see this field empty. If I write something and now if I try to click on this, nothing is visible. It means that it enters into the if block. Let me just remove this and try again. Here you can see this field empty. So this one is working fine. Let me stop this and let's start coding inside this one. And for the formatting of all the text, I have pressed Ctrl, Alt and L in order to format. Okay, so move back over here, and here what we will do is first we will get key is equal to database dot key down get all keys dot get 0 dot get key. So as you already know that when we in the previous lecture, what we did is we have inserted the key, right? So on the basis of this key, we are going to encrypt the value. So I'm trying to get, as you know, that in the key table, only one row is there. So what I did over here is from that key down, I get all key. It will select all the rows. From that, I have selected the 0th row. This will not throw exception because whenever you start the application, the 0th row is automatically inserted. And from that, I got the key. Okay. After this string, we will get the encrypted text. So encrypted text is equal to encrypt decrypt class which we have created. So encrypt decrypt dot encrypt we have to call. So how we can directly use this encrypt, because encrypt is a static method. By the class name we can directly call it. So if I move back over here you can see this is the static method, so that when we use a class name dot this method we can directly use it. So let's remove this if this one is throwing an error, because okay. So move back over here into this one, we have to pass the txt encrypted dot get text dot to string, and we have to pass the key to this one. Now the task over here for the encrypted, now we get the encrypted text. Next thing what we have to do is we have to set that encrypted text to the decrypted text box. So set text, and set this one we have to set the encrypted text. Okay, now let's check if this one is working fine or not. So let's start the application. So I'm going over here, btechdays, and if I click on encrypt, here you can see this encrypted value is shown over here. So if I click on decrypt, nothing is happening. So that's perfectly fine. So next thing what we have to do is we have to check if we have to save this message into the database or not. For that, what we will do is get a list of key list is equal to database dot key down dot get all keys. Let's import this one, alt and enter, import this. and also we need to import the list. Okay, so now done. Next thing we have to do is we have to extract the Boolean message, that is save messages. So key list dot get 0 dot get message backup. So if you observe that in the previous video, what we did is while saving this set message backup, we have did that to true. It means that whatever the message from the first we are encrypting, it will be saved. So let's move back over here. So we got that Boolean value, that is, this is true. So you can enable and disable from the tools section. If you have viewed the quick overview video, then you must have observed that. If not, then just go and watch the quick overview. So if save messages, it means that if we have to save the message, and then we are going to call this save encrypted message. So this one we have to pass encrypted text, comma txt encrypted dot get text dot to string. Okay, from this is the plain text and this is the encrypted text. So if I go over here, this is the method which we have written. This is a plain text which we are expecting, and this is the encrypted text. So that's what we have passed, encrypted text, and this is the plain text. Okay. After this, what we have to do is we have to simply copy the values to the clipboard. So bd utility dot set clipboard. Into this one we have to pass context to get context. Into this one we have to pass the get decrypted dot get text dot toString, because whatever the values which is being encrypted is being set to the txt decrypt dot decrypt value. So what I'm doing is I'm just copying that to the clipboard. After this, finally what we have to do is we have to clear the encryption box. So get text dot clear, and finally I'm going to show it toast dot make toast. Into this one we have to pass a context, and to this one we have to show the message, whatever message you want to show. I'm going to show encrypted text copied to clipboard. Encrypted text copied to clipboard. And now we have to set the toast dot length, so length will be short, and we have to simply show it. So call the show method on this one. So let's delete this empty space and save it. And now let's start the application. Let's check if this one is being copied to the clipboard or not. So set clipboard method, which we have already designed in the first video itself. So make sure you watch all the videos. Okay. Let me show that quickly also. In the clipboard, we have written this part of it. So if you haven't wrote, then please write this. Okay. So let's pause the video and you can write. Okay. And Control Alt L in order to form. So here you can see this. Now this one is formatted. Let's move back. Okay. And let's start the application. Over here, let me just encrypt hey or hello world. So now encrypt it, and here you can see this. Now the encrypted text copied to the clipboard. So if I long press on this one, it will show an option like this, or wait for a moment. So where clipboard goes, let's move back. Let's open some messages. Yeah. Into this one, open 1, 2, 3. Okay, over here, if I long press over here, so will it give an option of clipboard? Okay. Okay, so it's not showing the option of clipboard over here. I don't know why it's happening. Okay, so let's try pasting this. So if I paste it here, you can see this, the same values is being pasted. And last we have 5, right? So if I move back over here, hello world, which we have encrypted, right? Encrypt this, and here you can see this. This is the, now this oksbi is copied, right? So if I'm back over here, now let me just delete this. And now paste it. Here you can see this last text is oksbi. So it means that this one is working fine, right? ETH, and if you observe that ETH 7Y, everything is there. So it's being copied perfectly fine, right? Next thing what we have to do is we have to code for the decrypt. So move back over here and make some space. btn decrypt dot set on click listener. View on click listener, and to this we are going to use this try and catch block so that to handle the exception. So exception ex, if anything goes wrong, simply print the start trace. And to this one, if anything goes wrong, then ex.print start trace, and to this one we have to make text. To this one we have to pass the context, and so this one invalid encrypted data so that we can handle it. Post dot length short, finally call the method show into this one. And another exception which we need to handle, that is catch a bad padding exception. Okay, ex.print start trace, and we are going to show a toast. So toast, here we are going to call this get context, and the text which we are going to show is key changed or invalid encrypted data. This will work when our key is changed. So as in our application, we also have the permission to change the encryption key. Okay, so this is showing some error. Try block. Okay, so we haven't written the code into the try block, that's why it's showing the error. So don't worry, it will be resolved. So string value is equal to txt decrypt. From this one we have to get the text dot to string. After this, if value is not equal to null and not value is empty, then we have to go into the if block. Else what we have to do is we have to show a toast. Inside this one we have to pass the get context, and to this one we have to pass field empty. Okay, inside the if block, let's press Ctrl Alt L in order to format. Here we will get this key is equal to database.get database.keyDAO.get all keys .get 0 .get key. Okay, after this string, get the decrypted text. Decrypted text is equal to decrypt dot decrypt. Into this one we have to pass the value and we have to pass the key. txt encrypt dot set text. Into this one we have to pass decrypted text. Okay, txt decrypt dot get text, and we have to clear it. And also we have to copy the decrypted text into the clipboard. So we have ready.set clipboard. Into this one we will pass the get context txt encrypted dot get text comma dot to string. Finally, what we have to do is we have to simply make the toast. Create toast, get context, and we have to show the message. Into this one, I'm going to show decrypted text, copy it to clipboard, save it, and here you can see this error for bad padding is gone. You can press Ctrl Alt L in order to format. Let's restart our application. So it's restarted. If press hello, move back over here, click on encrypt. Here you can see this, now this is encrypted. If I click on decrypt, now the text is decrypted and decrypted text is copied to the clipboard. So if I try to paste it once again, here you can see this, now hello world is pasted. It means that hello world is copied. Let me clear this and paste it. If I encrypt it, you will get the encrypted text. And we have already copied it. So let me move back over here. We will paste it, and here you can see that this is the pasted message. Okay. So now this one is working fine. So the task for this one is done. In the next video, what we are going to see is, we are going to see for this one, we are going to design the messages and
how to show the messages over there, and how to fetch the data from the database and show into the card view. That will be the recycler view. Okay, so that's it for this video, guys. Thanks for watching. Please like, subscribe, and share with your friends, and follow us on Instagram. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, we have seen how to design backend code for this one, that is the home page, where we can encrypt and decrypt the data. Okay, so if you haven't watched that video, then just go to description. There I put the link for my previous video. In this video, we are going to proceed with the designing and the backend coding for this one, that is the messages. Here you can see this. For now, this fragment is empty. Only the message is visible over here. So let's stop the application. Let's start coding with this one. So I will stop the application and let's minimize this. First thing what we have to do is, as I have shown in the quick overview, there is a card where we can scroll. Okay, that's a recycler view. So first thing for design item. So let's go to layout, right click on this, go to new and select a new layout resource file. Into this one, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it a name that is item messages. And hit OK. It will create one XML file for you. That is item message. Let be initialized. Okay. After this, go to split, or you can go to the code directly. Over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this constraint layout with card view. This one. After this, what I'm going to do is, we already have this. Into this one, the width will be match parent and height will be wrap content. After this, one thing is missing over here, that is XMLS, that is rest auto. We have to select this. After this, what we have to do is we have to give some margin for this one. So layout margin will be of 11 dp, so that you can see the difference. Okay, here you can see this. At the same time, while coding, you can see the differences over. Okay, after this 11 dp, what we have is we have to add card corners. So card corner radius we are going to put as 21 dp. After this, put a card elevation that is of 5 dp, so that looks better. And going to put a content that is of we have to set the color for this one. So hash AEF 3FT. You can choose any other color of your choice. We have to put hash over here, right? AEF. Here you can see this. Now the color is this one. Inside this one, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put one relative layout, because we are going to put this stuff like text, encrypted text, plain text to show the date, and we need 3 different buttons. So I'm going to put that into the relative layout. So relative layout for this one, the height and width will be match parent and match parent, because this is inside the card, right? So whatever the height it will be of, it will be the same. Into this one, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the text view first. That is of plain text, right? So let's do that. Text view. And for this one, height and width will be match parent and height will be wrap content. I'm going to give it an ID for this one. So ID will be txt plain text. With this ID, you can uniquely identify this text view. Okay, let's close this to fix the error. Here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it a margin start. Margin start is of 10 dp. After that, I'm going to give it a margin top. That is also of 10 dp. Margin end, that is also of 10 dp. And margin bottom, that is also of 10 dp. After this, I'm going to give it text for now, so that we can see how it looks. So this is plain text. And you give it a color. So text color, that is at the red color, that will be black. Give it a size. So text size will be 25 sp. Here you can see this. Now this is visible, right? So plain text. After this, what I'm going to do is I'm pick one more. That will be the encrypted text, needs to be visible below this one. So text view over here. text view, and this one for width will be match content. This will be below, layout below. This is a relative layout, right? So we can put it where we want to. So this will be below txt plain text. I close this. After this, I'm going to give it an ID. ID will be txt encrypted text. After this, I'm going to give it a margin, layout margin of 10 dp. Not layout margin, it's a layout margin start of 10 dp, margin end of 10 dp, margin bottom of 10 dp. I'm giving margin top because we have already added the bottom margin for this plain text, right? So it's already have a 10 dp from this bottom side. So we don't need to add the margin top over here. If we add margin top over here, then the distance between these two will be 20. So I don't want to do that. Okay. Next thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the text, that is the text for this one, that is encrypted text. I'm putting this dummy text so that we can see it right now. Okay. Later period of time when we set the data into this one, then it will be a new text. This plain text will be not visible. So for this setting, I'm going to set the text color for this one, that is hash 9F989. This is off-white, or you can say this, or gray. After this, I can set the text size, that is of 25 sp. You can set the size as per your choice. So here you can see this. Now the size is this one, encrypted text is visible, right? And here you can observe this corner is curved, which we have set this corner radius to 21 dp. You can increase or decrease as per your choice. Okay. Next thing what we have to do is we need a date over here, 3 buttons. So for that, inside this relative layout, I'm going to add, it's added linear layout, and inside this one, the width will match, height will be wrap content. And this one I'm going to put it the below, layout below, ID, and so this will be below that encrypted text. After this, this will be layout align parent end to true. Let's close this. And into this linear layout, what we have to do is we have to add one text view, that is for the date, to view the date when that message is created. Text view, the width will be, the layout width will be 0 dp, and height will be 0 point. It will be match parent. For this one, what I'm going to do is I'm going to simply out weight. That will be 0.75. That how much area you want to cover. Let me close this to fix the issue. After this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it an ID for this. ID txt creation time. Okay. After this, we have to set few more properties. So back over here, make some space, and here I'm going to set the text alignment to center. Text alignment to center. Single line, it will be a single line. Single line to true. Ellipse size to true. Ellipse size to mark you. Like it will be keep scrolling from right to left. It will be like that. Because date and time stamp is longer than right. Okay. Ellipse size. After this, scroll horizontal. If you want to scroll, you can do that. Mark you repeat limit to infinity. Mark you repeat limit, mark it forever. It will keep doing like that. And I'm going to add a text for the demo purpose. So that will be something like 3110 2023 or something over here. After this, layout margin start. This will be 10 dp. Layout margin end, that will be also be of 10 dp. After this, now we can see this date is over here, but it's covering the whole area because we have given the layout weight to 0.75, but still we have to add the buttons. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add the image buttons over here below this. So let's quickly do that. Image button. Into this one, width will be wrap content, the height will be wrap content. Into this one, set the background. Background will be hash AEF 3FT. After this, I'm going to set the ID for this. ID will be PTN delete. And for this one, I'm going to set for an image. So src at the red drawable. This image I have already provided in the first video. So make sure to set it like this. So you have to download it from there and have to import that into the drawables. So over here we have to use at the rate drawable /IC underscore delete. Let's close this. Right. You can see this. Now this button is over here. So what we have to do is we have to copy this 3 times because we need 3 different buttons, right? Let's paste it quickly. For the second one, this BTN will be BTN copy to clipboard. For the third one, this is BTN will share. Save it. And we have to change the icon also. So underscore IC underscore copy. This one is IC underscore share. I guess we missed something. That's why the date is in the top. So let's fix that. We have this one, text alignment center, gravity we missed, right? So gravity to center. So now you can see this center. So that's all we have to design to this one. Next thing what we have to do is, now what this item is ready. We have these 3 buttons. We have the back, we have the plain text, encrypted text, and the date over. Next thing what we have to do is we have to move back to this one, message fragments. Over here we have to design the search box and the recycler. So let's change this frame layout to relative. And again here will be match parent and match parent. For this one, we have to set the ID for this. So Android ID, it will be ID layout underscore messages. And let's remove this. I don't need this one. Over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use one text input layout. Why we are going to use it? Because I have to put a search bar over there. So for this, the width will be match and height will be wrap content. For this one, what is the style? It will be this one. Over material components, text input layout dot outlined box. After this, I have to set an ID for this. So ID outline. After this, layout margin start, that is of 15 dp. Margin end, that is also 15 dp. I'm going to set app colon start icon drawable is equal to alt and enter. We have to put, here you can see this XML component is imported automatically over here. So into this one we have to use @drawable /IC underscore search sim. So if I do it split, here you can see that this is visible, right? This is what we are going to implement. After this, what we have to do is we have end icon mode, that we have to do is clear text. Into this one, I'm going to give it a hint, that is search. This is a clear button over here. This is end icon mode. When you type it, it will be crossed like this one. Okay, let's close this and make some space over here. After inside this one, what we have to do is we have to use text input editor, edit text. To this one, icon width will be match parent and height will be wrap content, and I'm going to give it ID. So ID will be txt search. Now close this, save it. Now you can see that this is visible and this one is designed perfectly fine. Okay. After this, what we have to do is let me just make some space inside this one. Below this, we need a recycler. So I'm going to add recycler view, and this one will match and for this give it an ID, v recycler view message, and this will be below layout below ID outline, and save it. Here you can see this now 0, 1, 2, 3, 6 over here. So now the task for this one is done. Next thing what we have to do is we have to create an adapter. So let me minimize this. Go over here, right click on this, new folder or package we can create, and I'm going to create an adapter package. Into this one, I'm going to click one class, that is message adapter. Enter class. It will extends recycler view dot adapt. This one you have to pass your view holder. So message adapter my view folder. This is not there still. Okay. So first thing what we will do is we will create this adapter. Okay. So what we are going to do is make some space here. Public class my view folder extends recycler view dot view holder, like this one. Hover over this, create a constructor matching super, it will be created. Okay, if you click on hover on this, implement methods, we have to implement these 3 methods. Click on OK and it will implement all 3 methods which are required. Now the error is gone. Let's move back to this one and we will start fixing from here. So here we have one text view, that is txt plain text. We have another, that is txt encrypted. Another is txt date. We have 3 image buttons. So we will create object for that. btn share, btn copy to clipboard, btn delete. Into this one, inside this one, what we have to do is we have to map that txt plain is equal to item view dot find view by id r dot id dot we have to import this r, alt and enter and import txt plain text. This one, close it, scroll a little bit down. After this, we have txt encrypted text is equal to item view dot by id dot txt encrypted text. After this, we have txt date, item view dot find view by id r dot txt creation time. After this, we have btn share is equal to item view dot find view by id btn share. After this, we have btn copy to clipboard is equal to item view dot find view by id r dot id dot btn copy to clipboard. After this, we have btn delete is equal to item view dot find view by id r dot id dot btn delete. Now close it. Now for the task for this my view holder is done. Next thing what we have to do is we have to move back to the top. Over here we will declare some variables, that is a list of messages. Message list, like this one. Okay, list is not imported, so move back over here, alt enter, import class, and list will be imported. Next thing, we have to create an object of layout inflator. After this, we have to create an object of room B database. After this, we have to create a constructor. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a constructor for this one. So it will be something like this: public, this one, list of messages, message list, comma, context, and room db. Move back over here, let's enter to import and import class. And over here, first thing what I'm going to do is this dot message list is equal to message list. This dot inflator is equal to layout inflator dot from, and we have to pass the context. After this, we have to set the database. So database is equal to database like this. So this one is done. Next thing, move back to this my view holder. Over here, let me just remove this. Into this one, first thing what we have to do is we have to create the view. So view is equal to inflator dot inflate, and so this one we have to pass the layout which we have created. Layout dot item message which we have created right now, and to this one we have to pass the parent and attached to it is false. And simply return view my view holder. Into this one we have to pass the view and the save it. Next thing what we have to do is we have to go into this one on bind view holder. Into this one we have to bind the views, and whatever the operation we have to perform, we will perform. And before that, what we have to do is into this get count, we have to simply delete this 0. We have to simply return the size of the message list dot size. Now move back to this. The actual coding, whatever we need is on this one, that on bind view. Over here, we will start with the txt plain dot set text, which we have to set the text from message list dot get, and we have to get this position from here, and from this position we have to get the plain text. In the same way, we have to holder dot txt encrypted dot set text, and we will get from message list get, we have to pass the index, that is position, and dot get etext, that is the encrypted text. After this, holder dot txt date dot set text. Into this one again we will get from the message list get, and we have to pass the index dot get creation time dot to string. Now these three stuff is set over here. After this, whenever we want to perform, whenever we want to click on the button, that is PDN copy to clipboard and other stuff, we have to perform the operation, right? So how to do that? For that, holder dot PDN copy to clipboard dot set on click listener. Whatever we click on that, something needs to be happen. Over here, new view on click listener. When you click on this, it will give you a method like this. Over here, first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the PD utility which we have created one method dot set clipboard. Into this one dot get context. Into this one we have to pass the message list dot get position, and we have to get the encrypted text. After this, if you want to show the click on that, we have to create a toast. Into this one we have to pass the context inflator dot get context. Into this one copied to clipboard. Now the task for copy to clipboard is done. Next thing we have btn delete. So if I move back, scroll a little bit down, let's write the code for that. So btn delete dot set on click listener, new we want click listener. Into this one what we have to do is we have to create a alert dialog box, right? So new alert dialog builder. Into this one we have to use inflator dot get context dot set title delete, and I'm going to set one message. Are you sure? Dot set position, set positive button for this one, and into this one we have to pass the confirm, new dialog on click this one. Whenever you click on confirm, then what operation you want to perform. So in that case, database dot main DAO dot delete, and we have to pass the object. So message list dot get, and we have to pass the position. This will be deleted. After this, from the message list, we also need to remove. So remove message list dot get position. We also need to remove that from this one, and we have to call the method notify dataset changed. After this deletion, if the user press cancel, that is set negative button, this one that will be cancel. New dialog on click. Let's close this over here. Cannot close this over here. When I click on cancel, just simply need to close it. So we don't need to write any code for that one. Over here, set icon. If you want to set an icon, so hardware drive dot ic underscore delete to set it, and dot show we have to just close it. The task for this one is done. What we did is whenever anyone click on this BT and delete, it will open an alert dialog box where it will ask for the title will be delete, and it will ask the message will be are you sure. For this positive button, we have the confirm. If confirm, then I'm going to delete that from the database first, and from this message list, which whatever we got, I'm removing that particular object and notifying the recycler view now the database is changed. Okay, in the while canceling, nothing is going to be done. Only the pop-up will be closed. Okay. After this, what we have to do is we have to one button to share, right? That encrypted text needs to be shared. Folder.btn share dot set on click listener view on click listener. Into this one, we have to create the intent first. Intent is equal to new intent. After this, into this one, intent dot set action. Into this one, we have to pass this intent dot action c. Intent dot put extra. Into this one, I will put intent dot extra text. And what text I want to put? Message list dot get from particular position dot get encrypted text. And intent dot set type for this one, that is text / plain. So all the apps will be visible whenever this accept text / plain to be here. If intent dot resolve activity, to this one we have to pass inflator dot get context dot get package manager is not equal to null. In that case, we will simply call intent dot get context. Sorry, not intent. Inflator dot get context dot start activity, and we will pass the intent into this one. Now the task for this one is also done. Next thing what we have to do is we have to go to this one. Now the task for message is showing that there is something. Okay, let me check into this one. Okay, that will work. No issues. Okay, so next thing what we have to do is we have to go to this message fragment. Let's move to this message fragment. So if I go over here, open it up, go to message fragments, and we don't see all the stuff, right? So let me just delete this. All of these are not required for me. On create view, only this one is required. So let's get rid of this one also. Now here you can see this error is resolved. Let me remove these all so that you can clearly see every piece of code. Here, first thing, we will create some objects which is required. So recycler view, there's message adapter, Next, I need root DB. This database. Next thing, I need list of messages. Message list is equal to new array list. Let import list, alt and enter, and now the list is automatically imported. So if I open it up, here you can see this list is visible. Okay. Next thing what we have to do is we need list of messages. Temp list, which we need, is equal to null. Next thing, I need edit text, that is a search box. Txt search, relative layout. These are variables we need. Into this one, let's make some space. Remove this. First, what we will do is we will create a view object. View is equal to inflator dot inflate r dot layout dot fragment messages. We will pass the context, that container, that view group, and pass false. Next thing what we have to do is we have to size all of the variables. So relative layout is equal to view dot find view by id dot layout message. Next thing what we have to do is we have to initialize the recycler view. Recycler view is equal to view dot find view by id dot rv message, the key, the id which we have set, right? Let's scroll a little bit. After this recycler view, we have txt search view dot find view by id dot txt search. Next thing we have database is equal to roomdb dot get instance. Into this one we have to pass the get activity context we have to pass, right? Next thing we have message list is equal to database dot main DAO dot get all messages. So if you are worried about that, from where this main DAO and get all messages I'm calling, so if I click on this one, here we have already declared everything in the previous video. So make sure you have watched every video. Okay. After this, what we have to do is we have to create a cycler view that set as fixed size to true. Next thing what we have to do is it is cycler view dot set layout manager. And to this one, we will set new stage, the first one, strike grid layout manager. Into this we have to pass the one. It will be a linear layout manager dot vertical. We need a vertical. After this, we have to create this one. Message adapter is equal to new message adapter. To this one, we will pass the message list, and we will pass the context. Get activity will return the context of the database object will pass. This is which we have created the constructor in this one, right? So now we got the message list of the database, context, and the database object itself, so that we can perform the delete operation. Next thing, recycler view dot set adapter, and we will set the adapter, that is message adapter over here. After this, we have txt search, right? So for that, what we have to do is txt search dot add text change listener. Into this one, new txt watcher, text watcher, and when you select that text watcher, it will give it three methods: before text change, on text change, and after text change. So we don't need this after text change. Let's comment this. Okay, it is required before text change. Okay, so these three methods we need to override. So whatever we have to do is on text change. Whenever text is changed, then only we need to check it, right? So let's use a temp list is equal to new array list over here. Now what we will do is for int data is equal to 0, data is less than message list dot size, and data is this. After this, what we will check is message list dot get data dot get plain text dot to lowercase dot starts with txt search dot get text dot string. And this one also dot to lowercase. If this is the case, in that case, what we have to do is we have to add temp list dot add message list dot get data.
if after this what we have to do is we have to again recycler view dot set has fixed size to true, and with this one we have to write recycler view dot set layout manager. To this one we will pass new stage this one layout manager dot vertical with the new data. Message adapter is equal to new message adapter temp list get activity, and we'll pass the database object. And finally recycler view dot set adapter, we will set the message adapter. So what we are doing over here, first we will extract the message list of the data with whatever with starting with this one. Okay, so whichever contains the text whatever I'm searching for, that will be added to this temp list, and with that same creating a new instance object. Over here I'm going to just remove this, and simply what we are going to see, I will simply return the view object which we have created. If I move back over here, this view object which we have created, I'm simply returning that. Now the task for this message fragment is done. Now let's start our application. Let's check it. So I've already started the application, and now Hiddle build is running. My installation is done. If I click on this, here you can see this. Now the text is visible over here in the card view. Here you can see this one is encrypted on the 1st of October and other. Let's encrypt one more again over here. btechdays, encrypt it, move back, text copy to clipboard, move back over here, btechdays, it's encrypted. That is 1st of November, and the time is something 6:12 around. So this one is working fine. Next thing, if I copy it, and you can see this is copied to clipboard. Let's check if this one is copied or not. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move back over here, move over here, and paste it and try to decrypt it. You can see this is btechdays. It may happen that while encrypting, it's also get copied. So we will try to copy this one and move back over here and try to paste it over here and decrypt it. And here you can see this is helpful. It means that the copying functionality is working fine. Next thing, we have delete button also. So let's delete this, confirm, delete this one also, confirm, delete, confirm, delete this one and confirm. Here you can see this, everything is deleted. So it's working fine. If I delete on this one and click on cancel, nothing is happening. If I click on this one, here you can see this is a title, that is delete. This is a message, are you sure? This is a positive button, this is a negative button. So when I click on negative button, nothing happens. Next thing we have is this one, share button. So if I click on this, here you can see this, just once. We don't have much options, but if I click on this, and you can see this, now the message is visible over here. So whatever that encrypted text is over here. So let's move back over here, and we have to encrypt some more data. ABC, XYZ encrypted, so that we can check the search functionality, right? So we have different. So B, when I type B, you can see this only B is visible. If I click on this, now let's move back to this one. If I type X, Y, Z, now the only one is visible. So now this functionality is working fine. So now we have checked for the search, the card view is visible with the date, day and everything. We have this three buttons is also functional. So the task for this message fragment is done. Next thing what we are going to do is in the next video, we are going to check for this one, that is tools, where we will have that different option to change the key, enable, disable the functionality with the message backup and other stuff. That's all for this video, guys. Please like, subscribe and follow us on Instagram and just keep connecting with us. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, we have seen how to design for the messages and how to backend code for this. So if you haven't watched that video, then just go to description there. I put the link for my previous video. In this video, we are going to see how to design for this one, that is settings, and how to backend code for it. So let's quickly move back to the coding. So let me close the application and let me minimize it. And where we have to go into this fragment secret change. Double click on this and it will open a pop-up like this. Over here, first thing what we have to do is we have to change this from frame layout to relative layout. After that, what we have to do is layout width and height will be match parent and match parent. After that, I'm going to add one schema. XMLS app, this one, resize. After this, I have to add tools. Tools context context is equal to, okay, we already have this secret change, don't need to add it. After this, we have to set the orientation and gravity for this. So I'm going to set that orientation, this one will be vertical, and gravity to center. We don't need this text view. This is, we have added only for to show that this different fragments are being loaded. So I've removed that. Over here, what we have to do is we have to add the text input layout. That is for the search bar. Text input layout, this one. And for this one, width will be match parent and height will be wrap content. If we split over here, we can see the things in parallel. Okay, so let me just keep it like this. After this, what I have to do is I have to add the style for this. So that will be style slash widget dot material components dot text input layout dot outline box. This one. After this, I'm going to give it an ID outline. After this, I'm going to give it a layout margin start. That is of 15 dp. I'm going to give it a layout margin. That is also 15 dp. After this, I'm going to give it a start icon drawable. This one. And I'm going to use drawable IC underscore encrypt. And this one I have already added and I have already provided this in the previous videos, all the icons and images. So make sure you have downloaded it and following the video from the start. Okay. After this, I'm going to add end icon mode. This one will be password toggle. And let me just open like this. And to this one, we are again going to add a text input edit text. So let's quickly add that. Input edit text, this one. And width will be match parent and height will be wrap content. And for this one, I am going to simply give it an ID. So txt key. And let's close this. After this, what we have to do is we have to add some buttons. So this is basically to enter the password, whatever password you want to change. There is no search box over here. Okay. Next thing what we have to do is we have to add one of the button that is for change key. So I'm going to do that. So that is button and width will be match parent and height will be wrap content. After this, I'm going to give it an ID. ID will be btn save key. After this, what I have to do is I have to add a margin start of 20 dp, margin end of 20 dp, and I'm going to set the text for this one. Text change key. As you can see, this one is overlapping with above that text field, so we have to move it down. And before we do that, is whatever the text over here, you can see everything is in caps. What I want as I have written over here. So for that, what we have to do is text all caps to false. After this, what we have to do is we have to fit below that text box. So layout below. This is a relative layout. That's why we can type layout below. This one is a another layout like linear layout, another layout. There you cannot use this layout below. Okay. So this is the outline. Let's close this and we need to put one more thing over here, that is layout center horizontal is equal to true. Center horizontal is equal to true. So this ID you want to put below which one? So I want to put below this text input layout. That's why I have added the ID over here. Else the ID for text input layout is not required. We are going to work with this txt key. Okay, so after we added this one, again we have to add one more button. Or before we add one more button, as you have seen in the quick overview, whenever you click on this check key, change key, there is one message will be shown. If that key doesn't validate, doesn't fall under our validation criteria. So for that, what we have to do is we have to move back over here and we have to add a text view over here, which will not be visible. Okay, so text view, and into this one I'm going to set the width will be match, height will be wrap content, and again this one will be ID, not ID, it will be layout below @ID btn save key. Below this key we are going to add it. Okay, after this I'm going to give it a text. Let me scroll, and here I'm going to type your password should contain /n is to change the line, one small letter /n, one caps letter /n, one special character /n, and one number. Here you can see this one is visible, but it's quite small, so we will fix that. So text size, I'm going to set this one to 18 sp. Now here you can see this one is bolder now. Layout margin, I'm going to give it a margin of 20 dp from all the side. Now this one is good. After this, I'm going to set the text color, that will be red. So for that, FF 4 times 0. This is the red color. Here you can see this. After this, text alignment will be center, and I'm going to give it an ID. TXT warning. But as I have mentioned, this will be initially be gone. So this will be not be visible. For that, what we have to do is I have to simply add visibility is equal to gone. We will show only when the password doesn't fall under the validation criteria. So we will do that in the code, Java code, not here. Okay. So now continuing further. Next thing, we have to add few more buttons, that is for enable, disable message history, enable, disable screen log, and delete all messages. So move back over here, make some space, and I'm going to add one button. And for this one, width will be match parent, and height will be wrap content, and I'm going to give it an ID for this one. So ID will be btn enable, disable message. After this, we have to give it a margin start and margin end. Margin start of 20 dp, margin end of 20 dp. After this, I'm going to give it a text, that is enable, disable message history, and text all caps to false. This will be layout below. It will be below warning. So txt warning. So now you can see this. Now this enable, disable is aligned properly. After this, I have to center, horizontal, layout center, horizontal 2, and just closer. Now the button is ready. Next thing what we have to do is we need one more button, that is enable, disable screen lock. So let me just copy this one and paste it over here, and we will modify things. So this will be btn enable lock. After this is match parent 2020 dp, and this text needs to be changed, that is enable, disable screen lock. And this one text all caps is for, this one will be btn enable, disable message. This will be below this one, right? Okay, next thing, we need one more button, that is for delete all messages. So I'm going to copy it again. I'm going to paste it. This layout button will be below this btn enable, disable, and this one will be btn delete all messages. Delete all message, and the text we need to change. So change this one to delete all message. Save it, and here you can see this one is aligned properly. Next thing, the task for this one is done. Let's check this if this one is visible over there or not. So okay, so this will not be visible. Let's check quickly. So I've started the application. It will take some time. Okay. Next thing what we have to do is we have to go over here, and here you can see this. Now this one is visible. If I click on this, nothing is working for now because we haven't coded anything over it. So we can view and hide it. Okay, so this one is working fine. Next thing, now what we have to do is we have to code for whenever we click on these buttons, what operation we need to be performed. So let's quickly move back over here to the secret change fragment. And over here, whenever we create the fragment, we have a lot of things. So let me just remove these all. On this one also, these are not required. Okay, this one is also not required. Let's remove this. And over here, we will start with the things like private button. So we have, okay, let's import it. Alt and enter an import class. btn save key. If you want to see the imports, I can show that too. So this is the button import. If you can't able to press alt and enter, then you can manually type it over here. You minimize it. btn save key, btn enable, disable message, btn delete all message. If you have any suggestion regarding which project you want next, you can comment in the comment section. We will try to develop it as soon as possible. Okay, so we have all these buttons over here. Next thing, we have private, we have edit text, txt key we have, right? After this, we have one text view. So private, that is the warning message text view, txt warning. Okay. And another thing, one more object we need, that is of room db, because we are going to perform the operation on the database. Now save it. After this, what we have to do is we need some methods in order to work with this one. So first thing, I'm going to write one method that is to save the key. So private void save key string key to save. Into this one, first thing what I will do is list, and I will get key that is from com.btechdays.hiddle and we need to import this list. After this, it will be a key list equal to database.keydow.get all keys. Key my key is equal to key list.get 0. Database.keydow.change key, and over here we have to pass my key.get id and whatever the key to save. So for the change key, I've already written the query. So if I go over here, update the key, set key, whatever the key for the ID which we want to proceed, right? So in the previous videos, I have already written all the queries. So make sure you watch the video from the starting. So don't get confused in this one. So this one is done. Next thing, we need one more method, that is to validate the password. So password contains one letter, number, special character, camel case, these all stuff. For that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to write public, or you can keep it private. It will return a boolean value, true or false. So it's valid password final string password and pattern matcher let's import this pattern. After this, what we have to do is we have to get the key. So final string password underscore pattern. This is a regex. So for now, I'm just keeping it empty. I will put it over here. Pattern is equal to pattern dot compile, and inside this one we have to pass password pattern. In the matcher, we will check matcher pattern dot matcher. Inside this one, we have to pass the password and simply return matcher dot matches. So here, what we did is we have typed pattern over here, not password, and save it. And this password. Okay, so what's the error is there? Okay, I guess we have imported something wrong. Let's move back over here. Let me remove these two. Save it. Move back below. Alt enter. It will show the import class. Okay, this one is matcher. Yeah. Now here you can see this. Now this one is fine. Next thing what we have to do is we have to put the pattern over here. So let me just copy it and paste over here. So I will paste the pattern over here. So this is the pattern. I will provide this pattern in the description of this video, so you can copy it from there also. Next thing what we have to do is we have to move back over here. Let me just click this one. Over here, first thing what we will do is we will create a view. View is equal to inflator dot inflate. Into this one we have to pass the layout, and into this one we will pass the fragment secret change container, and we have to pass the false, and simply return view. And whatever operation we have to perform in between. Okay. So make some space, hit enter. And over here, first thing what we will do is we will need the instance of database. So database is equal to roomdb.getInstance. Into this one we have to pass a context. So get activity, and it will pass the context. Next thing, we need to get the connectivity with key. So txt key is equal to view.findViewById r.id.txt key. After this, we have btn save key is equal to view.findViewById r.id btn save key. After this, we have txt warning is equal to view.findViewById r.id.txt warning. Next thing what we have is we have btn enable disable messages, so is equal to view.findViewById r.id.btn enable disable messages. After this, we have btn delete all messages. So view.findViewById r.id.btn delete all messages. Next thing, we have btn enable lock is equal to view.findViewById r.id.btn enable lock, like this one. Now we have object of the buttons over here. So we need to remove this. By mistake, I have typed it. Now we have the connection with all of the things. Now we have the database object. We have the connectivity with all of these buttons with this fragment. Next thing what we have to do is we have to write the operation, like whenever I'm going to click on the btn save, then what operation we need to perform. So btn save key dot set on click listener, and for this one new view on click listener, and it will automatically give us a method on click what we want to perform. So over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the key first. Key text is equal to txt key dot get text, and convert that one to string. And first thing for this, we have to validate that if the password is valid or not. So if validate, and to this one we have to pass the key text. If this is not the valid, then in the else condition what we have to show is we have to show that warning message. So txt warning dot set visibility is equal to view dot visible. And if this is not the case, it means that password matches all the criteria, like it has a number, it has camel keys, it has small letter, capital letters. So in that case, we have to simply call save key, and to this one we have to pass the key text. After this, what we have to do is, if txt warning is visible, then we have to set that visibility to view dot gone. And another thing, we have to clear the text box also. So get text dot cleared, and after this I have to show a toast message. So toast dot make toast, into this one we have to pass the context. So get context, and it will be, the text will be encryption key changed. After this, we have to show the toast dot length short, and we have to show it. Now let's check if this one is working or not. So let's start our application. Our application is installed. Whenever if the key is changed, all the messages previously encrypted will not work, because that will work only on the same key. You cannot decrypt it without the same key. So let's move back over here. So these all, whatever I am teaching, just for the learning purpose. Any type of use, that's totally on you. Okay, so move back over here. First thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to simply type like this, and if I click on this change key, so this doesn't contain the appropriate data, one small letter, one caps letter, one special character, one number. These all stuff is not there. So what I'm going to do is this one is wrong, right? So that's why it's showing an issue. Yes hash 1. If I type like this, it contains all the things. So if I click on this here, you can see this encryption key changed. Now again, if I try to decrypt this one, if I paste it over here, and if I try to decrypt it, here you can see this key changed or invalid encrypted data. So now try encrypting something new, like btechdays, and encrypt it. Now this was the encrypted text. Here you can see this btechdays. Now let me copy this back over here and paste it, and now try to decrypt it. And here you can see that this one is being decrypted. If I again change the key, in that case you won't be able to decrypt the existing data. So now this one is working fine. Next thing, we move back to this one, that is btn enable disable message. So whenever we click on that btn enable disable, we also have seen that one pop-up message will be there, one dialog message. So we also need to design for that. So let me close this quickly, move back over here, make some space, and btn enable disable messages dot set on click listener, new view on click listener. Now scroll down over here. What we have to do is, first thing, string message, after that dialog message, after that dialog alert, because whenever we are going to, if it's already enabled, then we have to show the message to disable. If that one is disabled, then we have to show the message enabled. So in that case, the title and dialog message both are different, so we have to code accordingly. Okay, so dialog message, dialog title, list key list is equal to database dot keydow dot get all key. Over here, key is equal to key list dot get 0, and we will check the status, boolean status. If key dot get message, it means that if this one is true, in that case status is equal to false. Now what we have to do is we have to make it false, and we have to show a message is equal to message backup disabled, dialog message. What we have to show is are you sure you want to disable message history creation? And question mark, line change, and over here no message history will be made further. After this, dialog alert or dialog title, that will be disabled. Okay, so when this all will be done, so if that backup is already enabled, that is by default, and if you click on this, this will be shown message backup disabled, that is the message, and before we click on disable, it will be a pop-up will be opened, so it will show this message with the title disable. Okay, so if this is not the case, means that one is already disabled. In that case, we have to update the status to true, and message will be something like this: message backup enabled. After that, dialog message is equal to are you sure you want to enable message history creation question mark /n for the next line. By enabling, you will have history of all messages you encrypt. Dialog title will be enabled or enabled. Now the message is created. Next thing what we have to do is we have to use these messages in the prompt. So let's open new alert dialog dot builder. Into this one we have to pass inflator dot get context. After this dot set title, and we have to set the title. So dialog title plus confirmation. Like this one. After this dot set message, and I want to set the message, so dialog message over here. Next thing we have to set the positive button, and to this one I will ask for confirm. New dialog interface dot click listener, like this one. Dialog message is set, title is set, I confirm, and over here dot set negative button, and to this one again I have to set text cancel. New dialog interface, this one, and we have to do nothing over here. Dot set icon, and over here on the basis of status we will set the icon. So r dot drawable dot ic enable, else r dot drawable dot ic underscore disable dot show. As you can see, if the enable is there, then this green one will be visible. If disable is there, then red one will be visible. So we have to move into this one, that's on click, that positive button. So if this one is confirmed, so database dot edow dot enable disable, and to this key dot get id we have to set, and we have to pass the status. So what the status if we want to do, and we have to show the toast message. So toast dot make toast, into this one we will pass the context first, and after that we will pass the message, and after this we will pass the toast dot length short dot show. So now start the application and let's check if this one is working fine or not. So we started the application, back here, and click on this one. And for now, here you can see this, whenever I encrypt anything like ABCI, if I encrypt it and if I back it, and if I move back over here, you can see this now ABC is visible. Now if I move back over here, if I click on this, and you can see this disable confirmation, are you sure you want to disable message history creation? Here we have added /n. and it's asking for disable. So here you can see that this now red button is visible over here and disable confirmation. So over here we missed one stuff, that is one space is required. So let me move back over here. After disable space and after enable also put one space. Save it and restart the application. So for now, ABC is there. Move back over here, click on this, and here you can see this disable confirmation space is there. If I confirm it, message backup disabled. Now if I move back over here, now XYZ, and if I encrypt it, now text is over here, but in the message you cannot able to see XYZ. So this XYZ is the older one. So let's try with some other data like 1. Hey, 1, 2, 3. Encrypt it. This is the text. Move back over here. Hey is not there. Okay. So if I move back over here, now enable it. Enable confirmation. Now you can see that this one is a green. Are you sure you want to enable message history creation? By enabling, you will have a history of all messages you encrypt. Confirm it. Now move back over here. Now I will encrypt KG. Encrypt it. Move back over here, and here you can see this. Now we have this KG. It means that this one is working fine now. Next thing what we have to do is we have to code for this one, that is enable disable and the delete all messages. Okay. So let's move back over here. After this button enable disable, we have btn delete all messages. So let's move back and make some space and btn delete all messages dot set on click listener. You view on click listener, and over here first thing what we will do is we will show the alert dialog. So new alert dialog builder, and to this one inflator dot get context. After this we have to set the title dot set title. We have to set the title into this one, delete dot set message. We have to set it to this one. Are you sure? Question mark. After this we have to set the positive button. So positive button into this one. Confirm. New dialog alert. This one, and if and to this one we have to set the negative button also. So this one will be cancel. If we cancel, nothing we have to do. So new dialog interface on click listener dot set icon. Into this one I have to pass r dot drawable dot ic underscore delete dot show, and we have to move back into this one whenever this delete is confirmed. In that case, database dot main dot delete all messages. We have already written the query for that. Toast, and we have to show the message. So make toast. Do this one, pass the get context, all messages deleted, and we have to show the toast. Pass the toast dot length short, and to this one finally we have to show the toast. Save it, and if you want to see the query, so click on this one, and it will say delete from messages, and we are not passing any ID, so it will delete every data available into that table. So now let's check this one. So restart the application, back over here. Go to this one. Here you can see this. We have a lot of messages. Move back over here. Delete all messages. Cancel. Nothing happens. Here you can see this. Now icon is also visible. If I click on confirm, all messages deleted. If I go over here, nothing is there. We have to encrypt again ABC, and here you can see this. We have one message. So now this one is also working. Next thing what we have is we have btn enable lock and disable lock. So let's move back over here, make some space, btn enable lock dot set on click listener, new view on click listener. Over here again we have to do the same thing, string messages, dialog message, dialog alert, dialog title. This one again what we have to do is we have to get the keys list key list is equal to database dot keydow dot get all key. We will get one key is equal to key list dot get zero index. From there we will get one boolean status we have to set. So if key dot get security, so into this one what we have to do is we will set the status is equal to false. So if it's true, already true, then only we will enter into this one. In that case I have to change the status to false. Again I have to set the message into this one. So message will be screen lock disable. This will be a message shown only when it click on the confirm. Next thing, the dialog message we have to show. So is equal to are you sure you want to disable screen lock? Question mark and semicolon. After this we have dialog alert or dialog title. Into this one it will be disable. Makes one space is there. That is we have to concat the confirmation. Else, if this is not the case, then status is equal to true. It means that it's already enabled, already disabled, sorry. So message is equal to screen lock enabled. Next thing, dialog message is equal to, into this one what we have to show is are you sure you want to enable screen lock question mark slash n to change the line by enabling you have to use screen lock to open. Next thing we have dialog title, so I will set that is equal to enable space and just close it. After this what we have to do is we have to simply create the new title, new alert title, right? So into this one, make some space, let me scroll so that you can see everything. New alert dialog builder. Into this one, inflator dot get context dot set title dialog title plus lock dot set message. Into this one we have to set the dialog message dot set positive button. Into this one we have to pass the positive button names to confirm. You can keep any name of your choice. New dialog inflator dot on click listener. It will give us a on click method, and for again we have to set one negative button. So negative button, into this one we have to pass the text cancel, the button name, and again new dialog alert on click, and to this one we don't have to do anything. Again I have to set the icon. If status is equal to true, this is a ternary operator. r.drawable.ic underscore enable, else r.drawable.ic underscore disable dot we have to call the show. And into this one, whenever this one is called in that way, what we have to do is we have to again the update to the database. So database dot keydow dot enable disable security. Into this one we have to pass key dot get ID. We have to pass the status, and we have to show the toast. So toast dot make toast. We have to pass the context. So get context. We have to show the message toast dot length short, and finally we have to show the toast. So now into this one again, if I go over here, update TDB set security is equal to whatever the status is passed and the ID we have passed. So now move back over here. the task here is done. Here you can see this. If the status is true, then this enable will be visible. If the status is false, then it will disable will be visible. So now start the application, restart it, and move back over here. So now move back over here. Here you can see this. If I close the application, if I move back and if I go into this one, here you can see this is directly opened up. So what I want to do is I want to enable the screen lock. So if I click on this, here you can see this enable lock. Are you sure you want to enable the screen lock? By enabling, you have to use the screen lock to open. So confirm it. Let's close it and move back away and click on this one. And here you can see this. This is asking for the password. So this will only be popped up only when you have screen lock on your actual device. By going into the setting and whenever you power on the phone and whenever you enter the lock screen, that will be enabled over here. If that lock screen is not enabled, and then this will not be visible. So for me, password is this one. This is just for testing purpose. So if I move back over here and if I again click on this disable lock, so if I confirm it, now close back and let me just remove it and let's open it once again. And here you can see this. Now it's directly opened. So this one, the task for this one is done. We can change the key, we can enable disable history, we can enable disable screen lock, delete all messages. So everything is working fine. So that's it for this video, guys. Thanks for watching. Please like, subscribe and share with your friends and comment for any new projects you want into the description of this video. In the next video, we are going to see for this one about us. So stay tuned, subscribe.
Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, we have seen that how to design for this one, that is tools, and how to backend code for this. So if you haven't watched the video, then just go to the description there. I put the link from my previous video. You can go and watch it. Okay, so in this video, what we are going to do is we are going to design this about us page, and also we are going to add this splash screen to this application. And this is going to be the last video of the series. After this video, the project will be completed. Okay, so let's quickly jump into it. So I'm going to stop the application. And after that, we'll move back over here to the fragment about us. Here we have only one text view. So let me just click on split so that whatever we design, we can see in parallel. Okay, so let me remove this one first. And after that, in the place of fragment layout, I need the scroll view. Scroll view. After this, what we have to do is this one is match parent and match parent. This one is perfectly fine. Inside this one, I need one linear layout. And for this one, I'm going to set the width to match parent and height also to match parent. And I'm going to put the orientation for this one to vertical. Let's close it. Inside this one, I'm going to put one text view. And into this text view, the width for this one will be match parent. And the height will be wrap content. For this one, I'm going to put one text size that is of 20 dp. After this, I'm going to put the text color to black. After that, I'm going to put the layout margin to 10 dp from all sides. Here you can see this. Now you can see the blue stuff over here, the blue box. So this is how we are designing it. Okay. After this 10 dp, we are going to put the layout margin. Okay, this one will be margin top. I need to put margin from the top, left and right. Okay. So margin start, that will be of 10 dp. Margin end, that is also of 10 dp. After this, we are going to put the text alignment to center. Padding, that is of 5 dp. After that, background color, that is hash B8, that is of gray color, as you can see this. And now finally, we're going to add the text, that is contact us, like this one, and let's close it. Now here you can see this one is looking nice. After this, let's scroll down and we are going to add another linear layout, that is to put the images of the different button. As I have shown you in the quick overview, we have the YouTube, Instagram and Twitter link, or whatever you can say, X.
So let's move over here. I'm going to add another linear layout. For this one, the width will be match parent and height will be wrap content, and margin from all side I'm going to give it to 10 dp. Inside this one, we are going to put 3 different image view. Image view into this one, it will be width will be 0.08 width, and height will be wrap content. Width will be 0 dp and layout weight will be 0.08, like this one. And I'm going to give it an ID to IMG YouTube. This one is done. After this, we have to put the image into this one. SRC from drawable, I'm going to use YouTube, as I've already provided all the images, so make sure you use that. You have already added it. Next thing, what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy these 3 times and 2 more times and paste it. As here you can see this, it automatically arranges. Second thing, what we have to do is we have to change the ID for this one. That is IMG Instagram, and for this one also I'm going to use the Instagram. That one is changed, as you can see. Third thing is over here for this one, IMG Twitter, and this one will be Twitter. Now here you can see this one is changed. Next thing, after this linear layout, let me just remove some extra spaces. And after this linear layout, what we are going to do is we are going to put another text view. For this one, width will be match parent and height will be wrap content. Text size will be 20 dp. If I move back over here, yeah, this one is good. Okay. Next, this text color. Text color will be black. After this, we have to set the margin top of 10 dp, start of 10 dp, end of margin end of 10 dp. After this, we are going to put the text alignment to center and padding of 5 dp. Padding of 5 dp from all side. After this, I'm going to put the text, that is for business inquiry, and background for this one will be again hash b8b8b8, and let's close this. After this, I'm going to put another text view, that is for the email ID. So text view, scroll over here, width will be, for this one, width will be match parent and height will be wrap content. And I'm going to set the ID for this one. ID will be txt email. And after that, I'm going to set the text for this one. Whatever the email you feel like, whatever your email ID is, you have to personally customize it over here. Okay. Use your own email ID. Okay, after this wrap content, and here you can see this, now this one is visible but it's very small, so we will customize it. So text size will be 25 dp. After this, I'm going to set the text color to blue, that is hash 003b55. Let's close this. Okay, after this, what we are going to do is we are going to make some space over here and again add some margin top, 10 dp, margin start 10 dp, margin end 10 dp, text alignment to center. After this, we are going to set the text style, that is bold and italic. So bold, pipe, and then we will put italic and save it. And if I zoom it over here,
you can see this one is not black. This one is some different color, darker blue. If you want any other color, you can use it. So now we will move back. After this one, what we have to do is we have to again put this headers. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just move back over here, copy this one for business inquiry, move back over here and paste it over here, and just simply change the text for business inquiry. Change this one to website. 20 dp. This is 10 from all size center, 5 dp, and the color is this one. Okay. After this, again I'm going to add one text view that is for website. So width will be match parent and height will be wrap content. I'm going to give it an ID for this one. ID will be txt website URL. Make some space, and after this I'm going to give it a text size to 25 dp. After this, text color, that is to hash zeros 3b55. This one. After we put this, I need to add the margin from top, start and end, that is of 10 dp. End of 10 dp. After that, I'm going to put the text alignment to center, and after this I'm going to put the text style to bold, pipe, italic, and finally put the text. So it will be something like this. And I will also show you whenever I click on that how to navigate to that particular URL. Okay. So next thing, what we are after this, we need to put one banner that is to show Rados on Play Store. So let's quickly do that. So make some space, and over here I'm going to put another linear layout. For this one, the height and width will be match parent and height will be wrap content, and let's close like this. And for this one, I'm going to set the orientation to vertical, and the background color, that is hash ff 4 times 0, and after that I'm going to put the margin top, that is of 10 dp. Into this one, I'm going to put one text view that is to say that Rados on Play Store. Okay, so text view. For this one, width will be match parent and height will be wrap content. And for this one, I'm going to set the text size. This one for text size will be 23 dp. After that, I'm going to set the text color, that will be of white. So hash 6 times f. After this, I'm going to set the margin, that is of 10 dp. After that, I'm going to set the text alignment to center. I'm going to set the text, that is rate us on Play Store, and simply close this. After this, we have to put 5 stars into this one. So for that, I'm going to use one linear layout again. And for this one, layout width will be match parent and height will be wrap content, and orientation will be horizontal because we have to put one after another in this way. So let me scroll up. After this, I'm going to set the gravity to center, layout margin to 20 dp, and just close it. Inside this one, we are going to put the different images. So let's start with that image view, and for this one, width will be wrap content and height will be wrap content. Text size will be
For this one, text color, we have to simply put over here src is equal to ic underscore star. Let's close this. Simply let's copy this one and paste it 4 times actually. Here you can see this. Now this one is in placed. 5-star, rate us on Play Store. So now the task for this one is done. Next thing after this, what we have to do is, after this linear layout, we need another text view. So text view, into this one width will be match parent and height will be wrap content. And for this one text size, I'm going to give it, that is 20 dp. Text color will be black. After this we have margin top to 10 dp, margin start, that is to 10 dp, margin end, that is also of 10 dp. After this I'm going to set the text alignment to center, and padding, that is of 5 dp, and background, that is of hashtag B8, that is a color, that is a gray color. And after this what we have to do is, we have to put the text to service we provide. So this is on the wrong place. Let me cut it, and we have to paste it over here like this. After this we have to put another text view, that is to showcase our services. So text view, and for this one the width will be match parent and height will be wrap content, and we are going to set the text size, that is of 20 dp. Text color, that is of black. After this I'm going to put the margin from top, margin top of 10 dp, margin start of 10 dp, margin end of 10 dp. After that text alignment to center, padding of 5 dp, and background, that is of hash 9cf69a, that is of green color. And finally what we have to do is, we have to set the text. So for the text, what I did is I have copied that text, and let me just copy this and move back over here. Whatever the text you want, you can paste over here. So I have pasted it. So whatever the features, the services we provide, we put it over here. If you want to add anything else, you can add it over here. Next thing after this, we have another layout, that is to showcase what are the restrictions for the app, the use cases of the app. Okay, so let me put that linear layout. Linear layout, and for this one the width will be match parent and height will be wrap content. After this I'm going to set the orientation for this one, that is horizontal, and for this one the background for this one will be hash 28ffdf. Let me just scroll down so that we can see. And after this one we are going to set the margin from top, margin top to 10 dp. Now let's close it and scroll it. Inside this one I'm going to add one image view. Image view that is developed by btechdays. This one we are going to develop right now, and after that we will showcase what are the policies for users of the application. So let's go with that. Image view, and for this one the width will be 0 dp and layout weight will be 0.08, and the height will be 100 dp, that is the static. After that I'm going to put the padding from start, that is of 10 dp, and layout gravity to gravity to center. And I'm going to put the image for this one. So src @drawable and /btechdays. So you can use your own custom image. Let's close it and let's scroll down on the right side. Here you can see this image is visible and the color for the background is also visible. After this, I'm going to put another layout inside this one, that is linear layout, and that for this one the width will be 0 dp and weight will be layout weight will be 0.3, and for this one the height will be match parent and orientation will be vertical. Let's close this and make some space. Into this one we are going to add two text. One is developed by btechdays. So let's quickly add that text view. Scroll down over here. What we are going to do is for this one, the width will be match parent and height will be wrap content. And after this, I'm going to put the text size to 18 dp. After that, I'm going to put the text color, that is to black. After that, I'm going to put the gravity to center, text alignment to center, text style to italic, padding top, that is of 10 dp, margin end, that is of 5 dp, and text that I want to show is developed by, and close it. Scroll this one and here you can see that this one is italic. Next thing what we have to do is we have to put another view, that is to showcase the name of the developed by. So for that I'm going to put another text view, and for this one the width will be match parent and height will be wrap content, and text size will be 32 dp, so that it should be bigger in size. And after this I'm going to put the color, that is black, gravity to center. After this I'm going to put the text alignment to center. After that I'm going to put the text style to bold. After that, padding of 5 dp from all sides. After that we will set the layout margin end, that is of 5 dp, and we will set the text, that is btechdays, and let's close it. And now go over here and scroll down, and here you can see that this is bold, developed by is small, and this one is bold. Okay, after this linear layout we need to put another text view after this linear layout, just to showcase about the uses of the app. Okay, so this one will be match parent and height will be wrap content, and I'm going to put the text size of 20 dp, and text color, that is of black. And after that I'm going to set the margin top of 10 dp, margin end of 10 dp, margin start, that is also of 10 dp. After that, text alignment to center, padding of 5 dp, background, that is hash f6e590, and finally the text which I have to put it over here. I have just copied it. Let me just copy that and minimize it and paste it over here. So now if I scroll down, you can see this, please read and acknowledge it before using the app. Data security. Our app is designed to encrypt and decrypt text to enhance data security. While we have taken measures to develop a secure app, we cannot guarantee absolute security. The efficiency of the encryption depends on factors such as the strength of the encryption algorithm,
the security of your password, and the overall security of your device. So these are the stuff which you have to go through. If you want to change anything, you can change it as per your choice. So now the task for this one is done. Next thing what we have to do is we have to perform the action. Like whenever I click on this one, what it needs to be done. Whenever I click on this one, before we go with that, let me start application and quickly see this if this one is visible in the app or not. So let me just start the application and move back over here. It will take some time. Gradle build is running. Now installation is in progress. Now the app is installed. If I go over here and click on this, here you can see this. Now this one is in place, and you can easily scroll it, and it's looking really pretty. If I click on this, nothing is happening for now. So let's go and back and code for this. So stop the application, move back over here, go to this one that is about us fragment. Let's remove this. I don't need these all. No need of these. Just remove it. These all come when you add a new fragment. So I don't need those. So I have removed it. After this, what we have to do is make some space over here. And first thing what we have to do is create an image view. That is img YouTube. Another is img Instagram, img Twitter, text view, txt email, txt website URL. After this, we have to go over here, remove this one. We don't need this. We will create the view. View is equal to inflator dot inflate, and so this one r dot layout dot fragment about us, which we have to use. Inside this one we have to pass the container and we have to pass the false. Simply return this view, and whatever the task we have to perform in between this one. So first we will create the object or connection between this Java class and that XML file. So how we do that? So image view, image YouTube. So we have to connect with that image. So image view, from view we will get the find view by id r.id.image YouTube, the same name which we have given. If I control and click on this one, it will open the fragment and it will route us to this image view. Okay, so whatever the ID which you have given over here, you have to write it over here. So from that view, it is finding it and assigning it to this one. In the same way we have to do for txt email is equal to view dot find view by id r.id.txt email. After this we have txt website URL is equal to view dot find view by id r.id.txt website URL. After this we have image Instagram is equal to view dot find view by id r.id.img Instagram. After this we have img Twitter, so view dot find view by id r.id.img Twitter. After this, what we have to do is now we have get the connectivity, but whenever we click on that img YouTube, we have to open YouTube channel, right? So for that, img YouTube dot set on click listener new view on click listener, and it will automatically generate a method, override a method that is on click. Inside this one we will create one intent is equal to new intent. After this, for this intent dot set action, into this one I will pass intent dot action view, intent dot add category. Into this one we will pass intent dot category browsable, and we will set the URL intent dot set data, and to this one we will pass the URI. So URI dot parse, into this one we will pass the URL, that is https://www.youtube.com/btechdays. So this is basically YouTube URL for my channel. So if you want to use yours, you can simply use yours, whatever you have. whatever the channel you have or whatever the link you want to give. So start activity, and inside this one we have to simply call the intent. Now save it, and now let's start the application and let's check if this one is working or not. So move back to this one and click on this one, and here you can see this web view browsable, and it's being transferred to btechdays. So here you can see this, now our channel is open. Make sure you subscribe this and check out other projects too. So now move back, let me close this one. Now scroll back, and for the email we have to do, so txt email dot set on click listener, new view on click listener. Into this one we have to put the code into the try and catch block for the exception handling. Like this one, and inside this try block what we will do is intent is equal to new intent. Into this one intent dot action view, we will pass the URI dot parser. Into this one we have to pass mail to colon plus whatever the email you want to put. So this is our official email ID. Let's close this. After this intent dot put extra, and into this one we will put whatever the stuff we want to put, that is intent dot extra subject. We will put the subject into this one, and it will be from Hiddle, and we will simply start the activity and we will pass the intent. After this we have the website URL. Whenever we click on the website URL we have to open the URL. So txt website URL dot set on click listener, new view on click listener, and into this one we will again open an intent. Intent is equal to new intent dot set action, and to this one we will pass intent dot action view, intent dot add category, and to this one we will pass intent dot category browsable, intent dot set data. Into this one we will pass the URI dot parser, and to this one we will pass https://www.btechdays.com, and simply close it and start activity, and to this one we have to pass the intent. Next thing what we have is we have the Instagram and IMG Twitter, right? So we will code for that one. IMG Instagram dot set on click listener, new view on click listener. Into this one we will again do the same intent. Intent is equal to new intent, and for this one we will going to do the same stuff. So let me copy this and paste it over here, and over here you have to simply change the URL for the Instagram. So I'm going to change it to instagram.com, and after this we have IMG Twitter dot set on click listener, new view on click listener, and again I'm going to copy these all stuff and I'm going to paste over here. For this one I'm going to change this one to twitter.com, or this one to Instagram. Let's quickly start the application and let's check if this one is working fine or not. So I've started the application. Go over here, click on this one. Here you can see this trying to open the twitter.com, and it's opening this one. So whatever the actual URL for your profile, you have to add it over here. Okay, so if I click on Instagram, it will open instagram.com and it will be a login page. Okay, so this is how it is working. If I move back again and if I click on this one, the website, here you can see this, you can check multiple stuff on this website. Go and explore it once. Okay, make sure to follow on Instagram, search for btechdays, simply you will find it. Next thing, now the task for this one is done. Next thing what we have to do is we have to add this splash screen. Whenever the application opens, it shows a splash screen and then it's read out to the main activity. So let's minimize it and move back over here.
For that, what we are going to do is we are going to simply add one new fragment or new activity, sorry. So click on new, select over here activity, and I'm going to add one empty activity. And for this one, I'm going to give it a name, that is splash screen. And here you can see this. Now the activity will be generated, that is activity underscore splash underscore screen, and finish it, and it will generate the activity over here. So move back over here, go to split, and here we will start the coding. First thing what we are going to do is we are going to change from this constraint layout to relative layout. And into this one, the height and width will be match parent and match parent. Everything is fine. Next thing, we are going to use the image view. And for this one, width will be wrap content and height will be wrap content. And I'm going to set the ID for this one, that is the app icon. And the image for this one, src, is equal to Hiddle. And here you can see that this is in the left corner. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the layout underscore center and parent to true. And now here you can see that this is in the right place. After this, we have to put the text view, that is from where it is. So text view for this one, the height and width will be wrap content, and the ID for this one is txt app name. Not like this, @ plus ID slash something like this. Okay, after this, make some space, and after height I'm going to put this layout below that one, that is app icon. And after this, I'm going to set the center in parent to true. And first let me set the text Hiddle. You can see this, it's showing smaller in size but below this image. When we put this one, this is below this one. If I remove it, let's see where the image goes. It's in the center over that icon. After this, center in parent, we have put this one. We have to set the text color, that is to black. After this, I'm going to put the size for this one, that is of 45 dp. Now here you can see this one is bigger. And another thing, I'm going to set the text style to bold pipe italic. Let's close this. After this, I'm going to put the from by name. Okay, so text view, another I need it, and the width will be match parent, and height will be wrap content. And for this one, margin top, that is of 70 dp. And after this, what we will do this, it will be below ID txt app name. You can see this. Now this is in place, and ID for this one will be txt from. Text for this one will be from. After this, the text size for this one, is 20 dp. Text color is black. After this, text alignment to center, and for this one, text style to italic. Let's close this. After this, what we have to do is we have to put the name of btechdays. So let's quickly do that. Text view, width will be match parent, height will be wrap content. ID for this one will be txt btechdays. Below this one, txt from. After this, what we have to do is we have to set the text btechdays, and you can see that this one is showing in a lighter color, black, and it's on the left side. So we have to set the font color and the center. So let's quickly do that. Text size first. Text size to 30 dp. After this, text color, that is hash 085A5A. This is in lighter green. Text alignment to center. After this, I'm going to set the text style to bold. Let's close this, and below this one I'm going to put the image of btechdays. So quickly do that. Image view, you can put any image of your choice. Width will be match parent, width will be 120 dp. I'm going to put it hard coded. Height will be 180 dp. After this, I'm going to put it layout below ID txt btechdays. After this, I'm going to put layout gravity. I'm going to put the src image for this one, that is rival btechdays, and close it. And what we are going to do is we are going to layout center in parent to true. And here you can see this is in the center of the parent. And after this, what we want is whenever we start the application, it should go to this page and then it should go to the main activity. For that, we have to go over here to this splash screen and we have to code something over here. Simply after this one, what we will do is we will put the timer over here. So new handler dot post delay. Into this one, we will create the object of new runnable. And into this one, what we will do is intent is equal to new intent. Into this one, we will put the splash screen dot this, and where we have to move to main activity dot class. Start activity, intent, and finish this one. I mean that close this current activity. And this will be done after a delay of 1400 milliseconds. Now close this. Now the task is done. But if I start the application, still we won't be able to see this one, this splash screen. As I have started the application and Hiddle build is running, we won't be able to see. Let's check. Here you can see this, it's directly open to this one, but that one is, this screen is not visible. Why? How to make it visible? So for that, what we have to do is we have to go into this manifest file. We have to go to Android manifest.xml, and here you can see this intent filter. You will observe that if you have multiple activities, still this intent filter will be only on that activity which opens the first. So what we will do is we will cut this part, delete the extra space, and we will move back over here and paste it over here, make this one true, and this one exported to false. Now save it, and now start the application and move back over here, and let's see if that one is visible or not. Here you can see this. Now this one is visible, and then it open our application. So move back again and let's restart once so that we can see it. So this is a splash screen, and after that we have moved back to the home page. If I click on this one, and again we have the about us. So here you can see this. Now our application is completed. So every part of this one is done. So I hope you like this series. Please like, subscribe, and share, and stay tuned for the new projects, and contact us on btechdays Instagram if you want to get any customized project. Thanks for watching.